You are live.
Why don't you say good morning?
Good morning.
Or good afternoon. Look at this.
We're still waking up.
Good morning. Or good afternoon.
Where's your power cord?
Oh yeah, I need it for this too. Can you get me one for this too, Patrick?
Where would I look
actually,
for
here.
that? Suzette was like, are you
Afternoon.
She was like, are you good morning, Cheryl? She was like, are you like back to it? And I'm like, no.
We're not back to it yet. We're still semi on vacation in our minds. Well, not in my mind. My mind is ready
I'm
to
trying
work.
to get my mind off of vacation, but it's not working.
Guess what?
I'm a little burn around the edges.
Well, all right. You guys know that I know I'm late. I was actually, Patrick and I were in Washington State, and we went with some friends to go see the Grateful Dead because it's their last tour. So it's actually Dead and Company, right? So for those of you that follow them. So I went up. Patrick was, sorry, I'm just getting my camera set right. Patrick was mountain biking with Kai. So they went mountain biking. Let's get kind of set up here. And Violet and I flew up and met them. And is my mic on? I think my mic's on. We went and had, so good to see you guys today. It is good to see all of you. This is the perfect way to get me back in the groove. But we met, I want to say, how many friends were there? There were quite a few there. So probably altogether there was maybe, a dozen of us, 15 of us, something like that. And, a lot of people I haven't seen in years and years and years.
It was so hot.
It was so hot. It was so hot. And you know when you have vacation time and you go, I'm going to get so much done, and then you don't? Maybe that's not you. That's me. So we flew in last night. Violet and I got home probably about 12:30. And then we finally went to bed about 2.
That was not late.
1:30?
1:30.
And then I got up at 8 because I hadn't prepped for this yet because it's been so busy.
But there is something about sleeping in your own bed. I haven't slept in my bed for a week, and that was pretty spectacular. My body's like, you should take a nap. We should probably take a nap this afternoon.
No naps for me.
To celebrate our last day of vacation.
No naps for me.
11 hours of driving yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Patrick drove 11 hours.
The 60 miles of mountain biking.
Yeah, so they've been busy. I did not do the spreadsheet. I thought I'd be able to maybe do the spreadsheet when we got up to Seattle, and I didn't have reception. I didn't have reception, and I didn't have time. Violet and I drove in, and then we drove straight to Ellensburg, Washington, which is a beautiful, beautiful town. I've never been to Washington State, so it was really, really nice to kind of just go and unplug, and I didn't think about work too much, because I didn't have a computer or any way of like checking stuff. I guess I could have in the hotel room, but we were kind of like, we were in the hotel room right when we flew in, went to the gorge, and we camped at the gorge. And then when we left the gorge, we drove to Bellevue, which I've never been to, had lunch, and then drove straight to the airport. So it was kind of like a wham bam vacation. But we fit a lot in. It's one of those things where you go, I was someplace else just yesterday. It feels like a week ago already. I thought we'd just go in order. After the sew along, I thought I would sit down and go ahead and do the spreadsheet. I went through this morning and prepped my fabric, and I went ahead and added the shape flex to my pieces. I didn't even press them down really, really well. I didn't even have time to sort. So if you just be patient with me today, this might be a very laid back, kind of slow going sew along. And I know some of you are already done. And I love it because a lot of you just sit down and sew with us, and you might be working on something totally different. Some people just put us on for background noise in the back. So, but it's nice to see you all. So we're going to go ahead, and I thought we'd go in order. The project that we're working on is we are going to be working on Falling for Autumn, which I'm so excited about. As I was cutting the fabric, I was just looking at it, just getting so excited. I was so excited when I just cut these and just pulled out the little pieces, because the pieces look so pretty together. And I thought we would just go in order. As we go in order, I'll assign you some homework, and we'll have some that are going to be due, and we'll get together again next Monday. But let's go ahead, and I think what we'll do today is we will work on section 1 and section 2. Whatever we don't get done today is going to be your homework. Some of you have also already worked on this, so you can catch me if I go astray. Because remember, when I do this, I'm doing it for the first time with you. I haven't already done it before. I don't have time to do the quilt twice. And I do the sew-alongs because I go, I'm going to stitch it anyways. We might as well stitch it together. So I love the sew-alongs. I love stitching with you. We're going to have a good time. What I want you to pull is I want you to pull your background fabric. There were so many little pieces, so I pulled all the ones. I went through this morning, and I highlighted all of the pieces where we needed to put fusible backing on. So that's as far as I got, was putting on my fusible backing, cutting all my pieces apart, and then I just went ahead and cut all of my batting pieces as well. And like I said, I will go ahead and finish sorting these later. But for now, let's go grab our pieces for the Velveteen Pumpkin Patch. Again, I didn't sort them yet, so this is going to take me a little longer than you. You're probably more prepared than I am. And don't feel like you have to wait. So this is going to be our background piece. It is directional, so you should have cut it so the stripes are going up and down. And let me grab my iron too. If you've watched me do my prep videos, I like to use my Oliso when I'm ironing or pressing lots of fabric, and then I use my Panasonic. That's my, this is my workhorse iron, and this is what I use just for, as I'm piecing and pressing, I use this. But my Oliso, I think it went kaputs. So, but you want to make sure you're adhered really well, and I can see right here that I'm not totally adhered. A lot of times it's going to be around the edges, so I'm just going to give that a little bit of a stronger press. We want our blush velveteen and wrong side of your background fabric. That was the only thing that they had you stabilize. However, anytime I see velveteen, I put Shape Flex on it, because what you don't want is you don't want that velveteen. It'll shred. So I'm grabbing it. If you haven't put Shape Flex on that velveteen, you're going to do it now. It will save you heartbreak. So the ones that they want you to put velveteen on will be your blush piece. This one. Where's blush? Is this my blush? That's my blush. This is my flax. And orange spice, 3.5. We used some of that earlier. Dan, I didn't know you were from it's Bellevue, right? They say Bellevue, but there's that E in there. That was a cute little town. We actually had the most amazing, I think it was Thai, but it was so good. This piece here is 3.5 by 3.5. So I do have some of these pieces that I guess I didn't realize weren't cut yet. I got this new rotary cutter because somebody had mentioned that Fermori had this new rotary cutter. It has ball bearings in it. So it says that you just give it the lightest bit of pressure. But I don't know how to cut like that, so I just push down hard on it like I do with everything else. The blush is 3.5 by 3.5. Let's grab this. 3.5 by 3.5. And honestly, I don't think there's much I can do with these pieces, so I'm just going to toss them. Which for me is like, I'm working on it. It's a multi-step recovery program for me to be able to throw something away. Okay, 4x4 for your flax. Should I just leave it? Why am I cutting this down? And then we're going to put Shape Flex on the back. So that's the blush, the flax, the orange spice, and the antique white velveteen 3x3. I probably have pieces. Like, you know what? I'm leaving those. Let's just leave them. I think they were kind of just meant to be. And then slate gray velveteen. I'm not even going to cut that one down. We're just going to put the flex foam on it. I mean, the Shape Flex. And then we are going to use our flex foam for this. And the flex foam was included in the kit. So here are my little itty bitty pieces of leftover Shape Flex that I was using, which were so fantastic. We cut a lot of kits at the store, and oftentimes there's stuff left over, and I just keep it and then I use it. And it doesn't have to go from edge to edge. Because you know Kimberbell, if you've done Kimberbell by now, you know they are generous with their pieces. Dana, there's so much to do and see up there. And my goodness, it is beautiful. It is so beautiful. Paula, are you saying that you're already working on the piece block? Because you've been like working on this all morning? Waiting for me? Where is she? Is she standing us up? I actually was just working. I was like, I don't even want to look at the clock. I don't want to see what... Because I told myself, I was like, I go, just get up at 6. That should be enough time. But 6 came and went. I slept the entire way from SeaTac to Reno, which is like 2 hours. So I was like, oh, so I'll just like that 2 hours plus the sleep I get. But I was still really, really tired this morning. And the dogs were so excited to see us. You might hear some barking. And I was so excited to see that. My family is like obsessed with the dogs. And we don't see them. We miss them so much. Yeah, it is gorgeous. It is absolutely beautiful up there. Up in Seattle. Although I think they haven't... Dana, I don't know if you've heard this, but I don't think they've gotten like a ton of rain. It's all on the East Coast. Do we have any New Englanders? Who's from New England? Are you surviving all the rain? Like Patrick and I said, we don't even know what's going on in the world because we've been out of it. Okay. Here's all my velveteen. Everything's in here. Take the time. Put Shape Flex on that. So when you go to trim your applique, it doesn't shred underneath your stitches. That is the worst. So we have our background piece right here. I have all my velveteen. And then you need your flex foam. I'm not cutting my flex foam. I'm just going to use it as is, and I'll trim it as we go. And you need some wash away topping. Do they include that? a 10.5 by 6-inch piece. This is 12 inches. This is the, I really like, I have a couple of favorites. My favorites are, I love the Baby Lock product. It's called Hydro Melt. And then, this might be Hydro Melt. Is this Hydro Melt? And then I also really like the OEST product. And those are the ones that I use. Although, of course, Kimberbell makes their own product. And if you love Kimberbell and you want to use all their products, you can use their products. So we need in the back, and this would be on our spreadsheet if I had the spreadsheet, and I'll have it for you next time. We trim the block to 6.5 by 12.5. That's going to be the end size for that. So you are going to need to, your batting should be 6 by 12. So I pre-cut my pieces. We should have a 6 by 12 piece here. Is this it? Hopefully. Let me look down here. Yep, here's 6 by 12. So here's our batting piece. And let's put on our design. And I think we're going to have to use the 9.5 by 14 for this. But let's go ahead and put it in first. Whoops. That was me hitting the embroidery arm. I'm going to turn my machine off and on again. So I just booty bumped my embroidery arm. And anytime you do that, you run the risk of knocking it out of calibration. And so that's when, if you've ever been stitching and you accidentally booty bump it or something, and then it starts stitching like half an inch or an inch further away, that's why. So it's super easy to just reset it just by turning your machine off and back on again. I just don't even take the chance. If I booty bump it, I'm like automatically I will turn it off and back on again to make sure I'm in the right spot. And if you have the thread kit, let me see the color of thread you want to use for this. Let me go in here. Have a dash. Sign in. I went ahead, at this point I have most of the thread. Actually, you know what, for this one, I didn't have a lot of the thread. I had to buy most of it. I had maybe like 2 or 3 of them. So let's go into Falling into Autumn. We're going to do our background quilting first. It is asking us for, and it's all right here. Let me go in here. I'm just looking for my thread colors. We are going to be doing, and I'm going to be using no-show mesh. We want Weather 6 by 12. Weather 4 6 by 12. Here is Weather 4. And we want 6 by 12. This is my instructor kit, so right now it's just all the designs that I'm going to be using. It might look a little bit different than what you're doing. Let's go ahead and set that. This is here because I had taken a picture. I'd scanned something in, so I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that. If you are on a Solaris Luminaire, you can touch the button where you did to take a picture, and then you can just turn it off. And you can always bring it back again. So you can turn it off. The other thing, if you're on a Destiny, a Dream Machine, an Altair, one of those machines, to get rid of that background image, you would have to go to your settings. And you're going to have this option right here to delete your background image. So you can just delete it. So 2 different ways, depending on your machine. But if you're on Solaris and Luminaire, it's easiest to just hit that button and turn off the background image. Now, since I deleted it, it's not an option to bring it back. We are going to choose our hoop size. That right there is 6.5 by 12.5. So I'm automatically going to have to bump into the 9.5 by 14 inch hoop to do this. And here's my 9.5 by 14 inch. Let's say okay. Now I know exactly how much space I have to work with. So it bumps us out of the 8.5, the 8 by 12 inch hoop. And if you had some little itty bitties, you could do it here. There might be some filler blocks. And so if there's filler blocks, that's what I would fill over there. Let's look at the picture. Look, we've got a couple of filler blocks. We have this little piece right here. We've got a filler block right there. This one, I don't think that's going to be big enough, but these right here That would have been perfect for this. You know what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and stitch this, and I'm not going to take it out of the hoop. I'll come back and I'll do that filler block because I think we're going to have to piece those together. So we'll check that. But let's go ahead and do this first. On top of that, I'm going to actually put that back to center though. So I'm going to go ahead and close this because I'm going to combine and then I'll move it in the next page. So I'm going to go edit to move this back to center. Just touch edit, move, and that little dot right there will recenter this. So I'm going to go ahead and say okay. Hang on just a second. I'm on a different screen, so I can't see if you're asking any questions. I'm just pulling up my color list. Thread kit. Did you know that there is a thread kit for the nativity pillow slash the nativity ornaments? And I put that on the website, so that's up there if you wanted to get it. And here's my color list. I'm going to go back over here to where you guys are. There we go. PS 300 guy. Well, I'm happy about that. Is it Stink Gainer? Stink Gainer? Yeah, we did that. That was that video. I hope it was okay. That video was the very first video we did during the pandemic because we weren't doing classes on that machine. And I don't even think I had, I think I had a tripod when I recorded that. Okay, we're going to add to this. So here's your add button. Go ahead and touch your add button. We're going to pull up the design. So we're going to go right here. I'm using my bottom USB. I actually have this in my bottom USB. There's my USB, and then I plug this in, and this is where I change out my USBs. So Falling into Autumn, and we're looking for the Velveteen Pumpkin Patch design. So here's my embroidery files, IMPES. A lot of times I'll pull those off for the next one. I just cut and pasted everything really fast. I'll pull those off for the next one so I won't be digging through all the designs. And we want this one right here that goes into the 6x10 hoop. Let's go ahead and set that. Let's look and see. It's saying right here, so this is important to look at because sometimes they'll want you to put your design down a certain way, but they just want both files centered. It says after quilting, go to the embroidery instructions. And that's something that's new because when we did the cuties before, they had you do the cuties, quilting at the end. So right here, they want you to do the quilting first, and then you're going to do the embroidery. Once we have this done here, I'm just going to touch embroidery. Now I can move my design. I chose my 9.5 by 14 inch hoop, so I have my perimeter, my workspace. Now I'm going to go ahead. These are combined now, so they're going to move instead of independently, they'll move together. So I'll just use my finger, and I'm going to put it up here in the upper left-hand corner. Use my finger for the general area, and then I go layout move, and then I'll use my arrows for precision. And I'm going to snug it over there because I want to use this area right over here to do one of those pieced little strips. Working on the couldn't buy the background quilting set yet for some reason. Huh. I don't know why, Paula. I don't know why I didn't let you do that. Let me go ahead and say okay. And I'm going to hoop up. So I use muslin. Let me come back over here. I'm going to grab my 9.5 by 14 inch hoop. This is everything that I'm going to use for this one.
Is this yours?
Let's get organized. That is mine. It is, Patrick. I thought I was going to be using my 6x10, so that's what I grabbed. But no, I was wrong. Or the 8x12. 8x12 would have been really nice to use too. Let me grab 9.5 by 14. I don't use my 9.5 by 14 inch hoop a lot, but when I do use it, I'm glad I have it. So if you can add it to your collection, I would add it to your collection. I use this snap hoop a lot because I do the snap hoop. I use that one a lot because I do a lot of quilting in the hoop. And for this, I like to cut my muslin 14.5 inches. Yeah, 14.5 inches is a good size. Is this a 14.5 inch strip? That is my 14.5 inch strip right there. I'm going to move this out of the way. My sewing area was so gorgeous for so long, and I've been a little out of control. You know what I was doing like crazy that I couldn't stop doing is I was working on Everett's cottage. So, because, you know, I'm feeling like I'm getting close. And if you're still waiting for your Everett's cottage, Tuesday, I should be getting everything. The very last of the kits will be here Tuesday, and I will get those sent out. They were supposed to be here on Thursday. I actually went into the store just so I could send those out before I left, and then they updated my shipping, and that always makes me so sad. They sent the rest of them in 2 batches. Okay. So I like to put my muslin in. I'll usually hand tighten. And then I will just make sure there's no, I call them bubbles, but you know, I just want to make sure it's laying nice and smooth. Then I take my hoop screwdriver. This is not really the hoop screwdriver. The hoop screwdriver is the blue handled one, but it works on here. And so I use it. And I use this on the screw to change out my embroidery foot as well as changing out my needle. So I use it for those 3 things, and I love it because it has a little screwdriver inside the circle and it doesn't slip off. So you can, you know, just put it on. You don't have to be as careful. There we go. So that is hooped and ready to go. The other things I'm going to be using my spray tent. When I do applique, I like to use my spray tent. This is my Dime spray tent. It has a little piece of cardboard that I'll change out. And these are so great because look, you just take it like this, and then it's like this tiny. It's like this tiny. It comes with a little case. And it's like a tent. Do you ever have one of those tents where, and then you can change this out, your cardboard. So I'm going to be using this. I'm also going to be using my spray KK100. This is made by Gnold. I love this spray. I feel like it doesn't put as much aerosol into the air. It's nice and sticky. So, and they're like $15 for the can. I probably go through maybe, I'd say 2 to 3 cans a year, maybe 3 to 4 cans a year. We are ready to go to the machine. Let's go ahead and put this on the machine. And the stuff I show you, hopefully, is stuff that will make your life easier. And it's what I use. And by all means, not what you have to use. I know some people don't like spray and some people like the tape. I have a pre-wound bobbin in already. I'm going to slide this on. The perfect combination is to go a little bit lighter. When you're doing embroidery, you want to go a little bit lighter in your bobbin. Happy Monday, Renata. A little lighter in your bobbin than your upper. So your upper thread normally is a 40 weight embroidery thread, and you want to go a little lighter in your bobbin. So I use the Filtech bobbins, and those are 60 weight. Sometimes I'll put an 80 weight bobbin in there too, because I'll use Deco Bob as well. And every once in a while I'll match. Every once in a while I'll wind a matching bobbin, but for the most part you're just going to use white. Okay. Carriage is going to move. I'm just saying okay to that. And let's go ahead. When you look at your instructions here, I'm going to go down here to where you can go, well, let's touch layout. And that's going to show you what's going to be stitching out. Turquoise is going to be, that is going to be your placement. Orange is going to be your tack down. It's not telling you have to use turquoise and orange, but when you're doing Kimberbell, turquoise placement, orange is your tack down. What color thread do we need? So they're recommending right here that like brown color, and I think that's going to be Happy Monday. I'm going to have to grab those as we go. It could be cappuccino, coffee, dark brown, or warm gray 4. But for right now, color doesn't make a difference. So let's put in, here's my handy dandy wonderful, this is my stash so far of glide colors, and I'm just kind of adding them as I go. But let me look at that list again. Warm gray 4, dark brown, warm gray 4. There's like so many, whoops. My spray tent. Warm gray 4, dark brown, warm gray 11, warm gray 3, warm gray 7, and we need cappuccino. Dolphin, fern. Part of me goes, did I not? I know I bought all the colors. This is where I start to panic and I go, I don't see any of the colors. Cappuccino. Okay, there. I do have some of them. Coffee. Here's coffee. Here is, okay, now it's starting to come together. And then I had some colors in here because these are going to be for, we're doing, treats for my boo. So they could be in here. Pebble, sterling. How about we just pick some gorgeous colors to go? I'm going to just pull some out. And if we're matching this fabric, let's see. That looks really pretty. We'll just go with this. This is light tan, which is not even on the list. This is kind of pretty too. Little dark. Little dark. Caramel. Light copper. Ooh, and this is pretty. I'm just going to go with, I really like this. I'm going to go with this. It looks really pretty with it. This is just light tan. Let me go ahead and do that. And while it's stitching, I'll go on a search for the rest of the colors. Okay, I'm going to put this in here. The color you want to put in is the color that you're going to be using for the quilting. I'm going to do the placement stitch for the batting. Since we cut the batting 2 size, you're going to not do the tack down. And while it's doing this, I'm going to go to my spray tent and I am going to spray my batting piece. That sounded like a little, I think it's okay. Oh my goodness. I did also work on my July. I was working on my July table topper too. I was like, I need to get that done. We're going to spray the wrong side of your batting. That's going to go down. The wrong side's going to be the side that's kind of like a little nubbier. You don't have to go crazy with this spray. Can I tell you, there was a lot to see at that show. There was some good people watching. Yeah. Ask Violet. I think it was in her car. We never found it. And just lay this down kind of inside the square best you can. I made it a little bit bigger. Let me go back over here. I'm also going to, I get to stitch tonight right now, baby chickens. Oh my God, that reminds me of like grade school. When you had like the incubator. We're going to lay this down next. Make sure you're not laying it down like cockeyed. And I'm just going to center. I'm going to center this too. And I'll just use the edge of my hoop kind of as point of reference. I'm a little bit high up here. You know, I've got about 1.5 inches, and down here I've got, okay, let's pull it down just a tiniest bit. There we go. That's a little bit better. We have about 1.5 inches here, and that's fine. We're going to be fussy cutting it, so as long as it's not like right on the edge. Okay, next step. You've got to fast forward if you're doing it the way we're doing it. This is going to be the tack down for the batting, and then you trim, but ours is already cut to size. So I'm just going to touch this button right here. That allows you to go forwards and backwards, stitches and steps. I'm going to skip the tack down for the batting. That's the placement for the background fabric. We've already laid that down, and that's your tack down for the background. We are going to do that step. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit start. And then once it does this, and I'm just going to kind of lay my hands here just to make sure nothing really moves. And at some point, I'm going to forget to fast forward. I was totally enjoying myself and doing some stitching, and then what happened was Violet and I started binge watching 1928 and we couldn't stop. So that kind of bogged me down a little bit. Oh, look it! Warm Gray 4. Here it is. I found my Warm Gray 4. I don't know. That color looks kind of dark. I think that's probably what they're recommending is, and I hope that Kimberbell would just like put down their colors. It could be the brown, or it could be the warm gray. What do you think? That looks like it matches the tan the most, and the tan looks like, how much do you want it to show? Because I might just do Warm Gray 4. Yeah, it's really just in the background. I'm going to do this one because it looks so pretty. I'm going warm Gray 4 for my background quilting. But you know me, I usually just do something that's going to really kind of blend into the background. I know if you pick, a lot of you will pick colors that are really bold and you go, you know what, I want to see that quilting. So that's totally up to you. I'm a blender into the background kind of girl because I always pick stuff I don't like. I'm the queen of buyer's remorse, stitcher's remorse, we'll just call it. And let's go ahead and let it do its stitching. This is the background quilting. This is what you should see on your screen right now. And go ahead and let it stitch out. And then we're going to start with the embroidery. That looks cute. about a better view, huh? Let's get you a better view there. Miss Susan, yeah, I was telling the other gals and gents we had a great vacation, but you know how vacations are. You always need, if you had a really great vacation, you need a vacation from your vacation. Did anyone have a class for the beach tote? I just received my box today. Did anyone have... Well, we did a class. Did you not get your invitation? So, just send me a reminder. Michelle recorded it. I think she pre-recorded it as well as, she pre-recorded it and recorded it. I think there was an issue, loading it. So, but send me a note and I'll make sure you get the class, because there was a pre-class prep video, because we did that fun little, kind of like large rickrack that we put on the top, that Michelle put on the top. So, you'll need the recording for that. You welcome, Jacqueline. What did you get? Did you get the kids? Did you get this? It's all a jumble in my brain. It's like soup up there. All right. Now that we've done that, what we're going to do is we're going to get into the embroidery. Color doesn't make a difference. What it wants you to do next right here is stitch the pumpkin base placement line, and then we're going to place the flexi foam. So I'm just going to leave the same color. I'm going to watch where it's stitching though, because it's going to be a little harder to see. I'm not even going to give this a little shot of spray. And I can see my line is going right there right now. Here it goes. I'm just following it, and that way I can put this down. Probably would have been better if I'd done a color that you could see really well, but we'll be okay. Here's my placement line. Because you know what? It just blends into, I'm watching it pretty carefully. So I can see it's like right here. You get a lot of flexi foam. I'm just going to kind of lay this down. Ooh, look. It goes over here and it goes all the way over here. So you have to turn your foam this way. You can't do your foam this. You have to have it long this way to make sure it fits. And I can see my end over here, and I can see it over there, and I think it dips down a little bit. Let me follow it with my finger. Oh, not really. Okay, let's do it. I think that's it. I'm kind of guessing. All right, let's go. Now this is your tack down. Notice if you look at your screen, it's going to be in orange. Tack downs are in orange. After you do this, we're going to go ahead and trim it. So right now we're doing step number 2. It says stitch the pumpkin base tack down line and remove the tape. I never tape it. And look, it didn't move anywhere, so you're good. I get a pair of double curved scissors to do the trimming. Love my, I have some silver Glory snips too. I love the titanium ones, but the silver snips are a little bit, like the blades are a little bit longer. My issue is, will I be able to find them? Because I don't see them here. So, and you know I love my double curved as well. Double curved is going to allow you to cut closer to the stitch. Sometimes it's a little dangerous because you cut the stitch. So let's go ahead and bring this back here. I'm going to slide this down a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and trim. Oh, yeah, the extra. Don't you love them? Have you been using those feet, Jacqueline? I love those. I would have, Diane, I would have sent out an email, but you know me. I'm like flying by the seat of my pants this morning. I was like working on getting everything cut and trimmed and ready to go. We've, you know, I feel like I had more time before. Thanks to you, and we are so thankful, the online business has really grown. I had brought home some, like, projects that I wanted to work on. And it just wasn't enough time. I did end up going in and working at the store a couple of days. So the time that I thought I'd just be able to sit home, I was there. And when I'm at the store, even though we're closed, I leave the door open. I don't turn on all the lights, but I leave the door open. So if you want to venture in, I will help you. But I was worried about going away and like not getting everyone their stuff in time. That's the stuff that weighs heavy on my mind. I'm like, oh my God, they need their stuff. Because I know some people it just goes on your shelf of good intentions, right? You're like, oh yeah, whatever. And then some of you as soon as you get it, you do it. I'm just so impressed. I'm so impressed with so many of you. And then the ones that don't get it done, like me, then I'm like, oh, thank you for not getting all your stuff done. Imagine if all of you got all your stuff done except for me, and then I would just feel so bad about myself. But then there's some that don't get it done, and then you make me feel better. The ones that get it done inspire me, and the ones that don't get it done make me feel okay about myself. Go ahead and trim it up. You're trimming your foam close to the stitch line. And then we're going to do the pumpkin 2 placement line. Pumpkin 2. We're going to start laying down the velveteen. So what do you think? We should do this? I think we should do this so long. I don't know. What do you think? 3... Because we're going to do sections 1 and 2. That's going to be this week. That's going to be your homework. Cheryl, have you been able to stitch? What have you been up to? I know you were busy working on something. You're working on some quilt. Need to stitch backing on my, oh my God. Okay. So I don't know if you folks have this, but I get memories. And so a memory came up, and it was the video that I filmed because 4th of July last year, we went to Park City, and that is where I cut out, and it took a long time. It was one of those days the family went like hiking or they did something, and I stayed back at the house, and I did the prep video for Cup of Cheer. And I was like, oh my goodness, that was a year ago. Don't worry if you're late. Did you ever do a prep video for this quilt or a spreadsheet? So Alice, prep video was in progress. Alice, you know me. I'm flying by the seat of my pants. So I was up this morning doing the prep, and I didn't even get to the part where we bagged everything and labeled everything. So I will finish the prep video after the sew along today, and the spreadsheet as well, because I brought everything with me on my trip, and I didn't even think that, that there would be no time. So you will get all of that. All right. Let's see. Color doesn't make a difference. I'm just going to leave that same color. Actually, you know what? Let's put in a different color that you're going to be able to see. I'm just going to put in this taffy. I ended up working a lot more at the store last week than I thought I was going to. So, nothing got done until the last minute. All right. This is going to be attach the frame. I love their reminders. This is going to be placement stitch for which pumpkin? Pumpkin 2. Pumpkin 2 is the flax velveteen. And the flax velveteen is kind of like the tannish gray. You didn't miss anything, Alice. I barely made it here. I went ahead and I was just prepping this morning, scared to look at the clock. And then at 12:09, I went, Patrick, oh my God, it's past 12. Get me logged on. And so he got me logged on. you want to cover, this is going to be pumpkin number 2. We're going to cover that over. Make sure you're covering the whole thing. Make sure you have shape flex on the back so it doesn't fray when you go to trim it. That's always heartbreaking. And again, color doesn't make a difference. There's going to be a really dark, or not a dark, but a thick satin stitch around it. So I'll just leave in the taffy. And that way you can see each piece. So we're going to be laying down our pumpkin pieces. And Alice, we're going to get together next Monday. That's going to be sections, we're going to do this week sections 1 and 2. We'll probably get through a couple of these blocks today, and then the rest will be homework. I'll film it as we go. Next week will be sections 3 and 4, and then the week after that 5 and 6, and then we'll probably do the borders, or maybe I'll try and film the borders in all my free time, because you know those borders really hold me up. Are we supposed to trim? So tape in place, stitch, and then remove the tape and trim the velveteen. So yeah, go ahead and trim. And I'm telling you that shape flex is going to save you so much grief. If you don't do that, you'll end up getting runs. You'll end up getting shredding. I think the first time I used the velveteen, wasn't it the, the first time I remember using the velveteen was for the Peppermint Avenue pillow, which was so cute. But I did the whole pillow, and then I went to turn it right side out and poke out my corners, and it just shredded. And then I did another one, and I put shape flex on it, and I just learned my lesson. I was like, that was no fun. Especially when you do a whole project, and the very last step you ruin it. So I just always back it with with shape flex now. Anytime I use the velveteen. Next time we use the velveteen, or next time I use the velveteen, was in the Halloween quilt. And we had it on the orange sofa. And so that orange sofa, I went ahead and Alice, we're working at like a snail's pace right now. Because I had to still stabilize some stuff. We're just taking our time. We're chatting. We're seeing how everyone was for the past week. It was nice unplugging, and we hung out with Patrick's friends from college. So he had a friend from Colorado and one from Miami. And you know, it's hard when people's lives get so busy. So that time is just really special when you get to like reconnect. And it was nice to go with the kids. I got to tell you a funny story. So, you know, I was surprised. Because when Patrick and I went and saw, we love the Grateful Dead. We're not like huge Deadheads or anything like that, but it's just kind of fun. When we went to a New Year's show in San Francisco with Patrick's, you know, these are his college friends. They all love the Grateful Dead. And Sage and I don't know if I've ever told you this, but Sage and I, that's one of the first things we did together. We used to make beaded jewelry and baby doll dresses, and we would go to Grateful Dead shows and sell our wares. So go ahead and you're going to stitch the placement stitch for pumpkin 5. And pumpkin 5 is the slate gray one. So get your slate gray. I just put some shape flex right in the middle. So we would sell. And it's kind of like with sewing, you know, you're never gonna make your money back. You're never gonna make your money to pay for the stuff that you buy. But makers gotta make, you know, if you're like that, you just have to make stuff. Let me put this down. Color, again, doesn't make a difference. I'm just going to use that pink in. So just give us something like a goal, something to focus on. So we would work all year. That would fill our obsession for having to make something. And then we would go to the shows a couple times a year and sell our stuff. You welcome. For the Kimberbell Day projects. Yeah, we did both of those events. So I had all those videos all ready to go for you. And if you didn't get them and you want them, let me know and I'll send them to you. Oh, so what I was talking about was it was kind of fun to see how many, there were a lot of people there like my age that were there with their kids. So, and there were like multi-generational groups. There were grandparents with their kids, with their grandkids. Our friends from the Bay brought their 2 little girls, and they were just little. And there were, we had another group that had an 8-year-old in it. And then we had our kids. Kind Violet went. I think they semi-liked it. Kai doesn't like mellow stuff. So the mellow songs he didn't really care for, but he loved the ones where the band was really playing. And they were good. John Mayer was like excellent. The drums were great. It was just fun. We love live music. We try to take the kids to a concert or 2 a year. Sorry, my arm's hitting it. Okay. That was slate gray, right? Because theirs looks so much more brown in the picture. Slide your hoop back on if you brought it towards you. You are going to go ahead and do the placement stitch for... What are we doing next? Placement stitch for pumpkin 3, which is going to be the orange one. Orange. I'm going to give mine a shot of spray. Lay it down. Kimberbell Day should be fun. And who doesn't want to win something? I think it's fun that they're giving the retailers an opportunity to win something too. I think there's 3 retailers that they're going to choose. We're going to do, so we'll do Falling into Autumn for the next couple of Mondays. On Friday, this coming Friday, we're going to be doing Cuties, August Cuties, if you're doing the Cuties. So after we do this, after we do our Sew Along today, I'm going to finish up the sorting and the prep video. And then I'll sit down and do the spreadsheet. It'll be more organized next week. It just kind of crept up on me. I got my instructor files for the nativity pillow too. That should be fun. Okay, which one next? Looks like we're going to do this pillow, the little itty bitty. And quite honestly, you know where your fabric's going to go. We can skip that placement stitch, right? We know it's going to go right here. Oh, look at that one is the next one. I'm just looking. So we're doing this one. We're doing this one right here. So I'm going to skip the placement stitch. I'm just going to push the arrow that goes down to the next step. And we're going to do the white. No, is it the white? Oh, this is the blush. blush, blush, blush. Here we go. Here's the blush. I didn't even spray this one. You could forego this spray if you want. Jacqueline, if you have my email, send me an email. It should have been in the, I want to say it was in the email that I sent out that gave you all the instructions on how to do your bonus order. And if you want to start doing your bonus orders for the bonus CDs, you can do those now. You can choose which bonus CD you want. You don't have to get both of them. You could get both of them, whatever you want to do. I had initially said we were going to do the week of and the week after. But when we do that, it's like a lot of orders to like kind of put through. So I was like, oh, let's just start it early. And that way I can kind of space it out. So I'm doing it for you and for me. And that way you don't have to wait too. So if you wanted to, I don't know, if you were thinking about getting Nativity and then you had it, but you want to get it, I'm just counting all orders for July. And I'll look back at your old orders. So if you had one, you can be like, hey, can I use that for the event? And I will say, yeah, let's do it. Okay, I didn't put any Shape Flex on this one. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit on this right now. There we go. We don't need the placement. We can see where it's going to go. So I'm going to fast forward to the next, which is the tack down. Let me go. Whoops. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. And it didn't even budge. So I'm just going to lay this down without even doing the spray too. Hi, Miss Shannon. Happy Monday. And let's go ahead and trim these. See if my big ones will. And then we're going to be satin stitching. Get ready to do some stitching. I asked my kids, I was like, what'd you think about that show? And they were like, it was interesting. Number one, it is gorgeous there. The gorge is just beautiful. I mean, the location, I don't know if you can beat it. I think I've been to a decent number of shows around the country, but it's just such a beautiful setting. I think they found it interesting. I'd call it an interesting crowd. No worries. Okay. First thing it wants to do is it wants to do it says place wash away topping completely covering the design and tape in place. So here is my big old piece of wash away. And before we do that, let's go ahead and just clean this up a little bit. Or, it'll be fine. Because we're going to be taking off the wash away. It's not like it's vinyl. And it's going to be sandwiched in there forever. Let me grab some tape. You know, I love my Transpore. I love it because it just is so easy to work with. It rips really easily. I'll just grab a big old piece. It tears really easily. I'm going to put a piece back here. You can put another piece here and here. It's super sticky. The only time I use the Kimberbell tape is if I don't want as much stick. Okay. Let me get out my, and again, I usually show this once at a sew along. I don't pull back, but I unthread it. So you're unthreading it to here and to here. And then once you get it right here, it just comes right out. So you don't have to cut it and pull it down at the needle. You can just unthread it the opposite direction. So it wants you to stitch the pumpkin to satin outline. That is going to be for the flax one. And I obviously did buy I did get the thread, but I'm missing a couple of colors. I'm missing the, I think, which one am I missing? I was missing dark brown, and I was missing Crush. And I don't even know what Crush is. But I know I ordered them all, so I'm just going to look for them at the store. So we want something that's going to go around this, and I think Warm Gray 4 is going to be gorgeous, or else you could do something, looks like it's doing something a little bit darker. So maybe I could go coffee. Maybe Crush is the one that I really needed. I'm going to go Warm Gray. Warm Gray 4. Looks good to me. We had the interactive Van Gogh exhibit came here to Reno too, but I'm shackled to the store, so I didn't have time to go, but it sounded cool. It looked really cool too. Am I at the right pumpkin? Let's hit. I will be when I slide my hoop on. There we go. So you're going to do this one first, then you're going to do the Pumpkin 5 outline. Pumpkin 5 was the slate gray one. I think I'm going to go ahead and use shadow for that. So I might use this, or I could use this one. This one is Warm Gray 11. I think I'll probably go shadow. Whoops. Okay. I'm going to stop that. What happened was I had put my little tray over here, so it tried to move to the left, and it couldn't because this was in here. And I love these trays, Alice. So again, I'm just going to assume I am knocked off a calibration. I'm going to put this in the back, so it's not going to get in the way. I'm going to cut my thread. It's going to ask if it wants to resume, but look at that. You can tell right here, I'm definitely not where I'm supposed to be. I will cut those stitches later. I'm going to turn my machine off and back on again. So not a big deal. Just let your machine recalibrate. That's what it does when it starts moving around. Remove the embroidery frame. I'm just going to take this off. That's what it says when you have that on. And now this is going to move around. Okay, better safe than sorry. You can tell right here I wasn't in the right spot. I'm going to slide this back on. It wants to resume. However, I'm going to go back some stitches as well. So to do that, you just touch this button. And I'm just going to go back maybe 20 or something like that. So let me see. Let's go back another, we'll go back another 10. And there we go. That is where I should be, and it'll come up here. Because now I'm not impeding it. By putting my thread tray where it shouldn't go. But I love my little thread tray. It keeps me organized. all set. So it's just a teaching moment, a learning moment for all of us. Jeannie learned that you should not put anything here in the throat space that's not going to fit. And while it's doing that, I'm just going to tidy up a little bit. If your topper buckles a little bit, it's not going to make a difference. Now I want you to stitch the outline to that one. I'm going to go ahead and put in, I'm going to do shadow. Shadow is like that dark gray. And this is where we're going to do the majority of our stitching. And while it's doing this, I'm also going to get ready for the next block. I have to admit, I've been stitching and not picking up after myself. So it's a little bit of a disaster in here. I know none of your rooms look like this. We'll just let that stitch out. Come on over here. I have a pile of Kimberbell stuff I was trying to work on. Next block that we're going to be doing after this one. I'm so excited for this. The sweaters. Okay, cozy sweaters. So, instructions before for the 8x12 hoop. We got to see if it's going to fit in there because it might bump us out. So let's grab all our goodies. We want our background fabric. It's going to be 14.5 by 8.5, so this piece right here. And then you need your two your sweater fabric pieces. My goodness, are these gonna be fun? Love those. So you have your plum and your lilac sweater, and you need wash-away topping too. So 13.5 by 7.5 inch piece. I'll just cut that as we go. And you're also going to need your batting. Let me grab my batting, which I put back here. It's going to be one of the big ones. The final size is going to, so it's going to be one of these, 12 by 6 is my batting. And here's our topper. I might just lay it down on the roll. There's our topper, and that's going to be it. You're going to need your purples. So it looks like these are the two purples, Iris and Tea Berry. Iris and Tea Berry, and then you're also going to need color for the yarn, the sweater one detail, and your knitting needles. And your knitting needles, dark gray, which I've been using the shadow. I don't even know, I don't even think that was really included in the kit, in your thread kit, but shadow is a great color for that. All right, let's come back on over here. Wow, can you can tape that? Like, what do you, I actually, when I was, my first job out of college, before I start talking, let's fit in the next color. So we are going to be doing this pumpkin here, and let's go ahead and do burnt orange. It's a new color for me. So let me take out my shadow. And it was here for like 6 months. I went to, when my first job out of college, I worked for this, they were called Interconnex. I think that's what they were called. And I moved like corporate executives, like their household goods. Because there was a lot of travel back then. And I want to say, I did it when I was in Boston. And I can't even remember the names of the companies where the people work, but they were like, you know, like old time computer companies. So, because I was young and I could move around, I worked in London for 6 months with that company, and they sent me to Amsterdam for like a little vacation. They said I could have a friend come with me. And that's where the Vincent van Gogh Museum is, which was kind of cool to go see. There was no AC in our hotel, and I think it's still the same way. Hard to find AC and ice cubes when you go to Europe, right? Next color after we do this one. I think we're going to do the blush next, and I'm going to use First Kiss for that, which is this right here. So pretty. So I'm going to do First Kiss, and then for the white one, I'm going to use Linen. You could use a darker color if you want to like outline it, if you don't want it to like blend. Linen is like one of my favorites. It's actually pretty light. I could just do white. Oh, look, there's going to be a little birdie. Oh my goodness. Look at the stems. Are those adorable? Okay, so we're gonna need those are so pretty. I don't even see that color. Hey, look. I don't know if that was part of the thread kit. But I might use, well, you know, they call for time, but, oh my God, Shannon, no! I haven't. Hang on, let me find my color for the stems. I'm really feeling like pistachio is going to be the cutest. So I'm going to use that for the stems. Okay, I'll give you a little peek at, like, what I've done. So when I should have been doing my spreadsheet and prepping for this, I was working on Everett's cottage. We are going to do this one right here. So I'm going to put in my linen. It's a big bite. I feel like this is like a lot. And I want to say it's 1.5 million stitches. And I have been just, you know, setting it up on my 10 needle. And I think it's worth having 2 5x7 hoops. Because I'll hoop up for one. So that way it's kind of like streamlined. It'll be ready to go. I'll give you a peek at what I've been working on. I think I'm on block 29, but I'm not positive. Because of course I stepped away and I don't remember. And when I stitch them out. I just stitch them across and then I'll flip. So it goes like this. This is like the beginning. This is the very top trees. Some of these, there's like barely any stitching. So those were super fast. These are thick. Like if you look at this, this is all stitches. So these took a long time to do. This one, I stitched this one and it was so white, I thought, did I do this one wrong? So I wasn't sure if this one was right. I found some really good thread in my stash for the water because they sold out of the 7031 thread and they have not had it back in stock. Oh my God, these, look how cute these are. The house with the little roof on the top. So I'm excited to put it all together. But like I said, I think I'm on block number 29. So I could be 29, 27, something like that. So I have quite a few to go. Did you start yours, Shannon? Oh, you're doing it. What are you looking for starch spray for? Was that on their supply list? To use starch spray? I didn't use any starch spray. Are you both going to be multi-needling it? Are you guys comfortable with that? Did you need me to send you a video? You guys are probably pros. I did not. So I just, for Everett's cottage, even though it was thick, I think there's something in the way the multi-needle stitches with like such power when the needle goes down. I haven't broken a single needle, and actually I did break a needle, but I broke the needle because the needle broke because I didn't tighten it all the way. So it fell out and then it broke. But other than that, I haven't had any issues. Did it, and she suggested that you use, well, I mean, I best pressed my fabric and then I put Shape Flex down the middle of it. Okay, we're gonna put in blush. We are almost done with the pumpkins. These are so cute. This quilt is adorable. If you have not gotten it, you should get it. You should get it because it is really sweet. I feel like the embellishments are super fun. There's a lot of different textures with this one. So as far as starch goes, I didn't starch anything. I feel like I got barely any pulling. Everything laid nice and flat. Even these, the ones that didn't have a lot of stitching, laid nice and flat. I do like this. This is where my fabric, where I folded it over and didn't even realize. So it's thick. So I go, maybe this one, I might do that one over again because I don't think I want to sew through all of those layers. But I take Shape Flex and I press it down the middle. And I cut my strips 12 inches, my Shape Flex 10 inches, and just put it right down the middle. And this too. I've never had the issues that I've had with this one, but it was all me. It was all me, and yeah, I've never had those kind of issues before, like where I folded my fabric in half and didn't realize it and started stitch the whole block. I do have one that has the block, it's all red on the back, because I forgot to switch out my bobbin back to my white. Well, Renata, if you're obsessed with Thomas Kincaid, then this is perfect for you. Oh, Marlene, how are you doing? How's that leg? Was it the knee? Anna, are you talking about for the Thomas Kincaid? Because I did use the 2 layers of the heavy weight tearaway, but I am dying to use muslin with batting. And I think with Battleizer, because I hate sewing my tiling seams together. Like, it's tough on the hands. It's like tough on the hands. I can't sit down and do it all in one day because that heavyweight stabilizer makes it so hard to press those seams open. Okay, after this color. What are we stitching after this? I don't know. After this one, we are going to stitch out pumpkin 2 and 4, leaves and stem fill, and I'm going to be using pistachio. I think you could use the thyme. This is what came in the kit. Should I use this instead? I just feel like this is so much cuter. I don't know why. Now I'm rethinking it. What else do I have? Okay, maybe I should go thyme. That is what came in the kit. I don't see any other greens. It just calls for sage. Sage is the only green it calls for. That'll be beautiful too, right? Maybe I should just do that. Maybe that's going to be more fall. Okay, I'm putting in thyme. you know, it's crazy to me that they just get you up and walking and doing stuff as quickly as they do after you have like surgery. Yeah, I have never, Renata, I've never done it. I've always added the batting at the end too. Like just got ahead and layered it. But I just feel like, would it be easier? Would it be easier to sew together? Because I kind of dread sewing the tiling seams together. Oh, that does look gorgeous. So this is the time thread that I think is part of the thread set. How are you going to remove your topper, or are you going to wet the whole back? So, you know what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and I'll just take like my tweezers and a seam ripper and kind of pick at it and pull off as much as I can. And then I'll just take like a wet washcloth, or like, you know, I'll just take something that's kind of wet and I'll just rub off the top. I'm not going to wet the whole thing. Wait, we need batting for emerald? No, you need batting when you layer it. Like the instructions are going to ask you to layer it with the top put together, batting, and then the backing. Like those are the directions. But I have been dying to try one of the heavier, and I never do it because I'm just rushing just to get the thing done the way they recommend. But I would really, and I think some people have done it before, and I think it would work if you had a quilt that wasn't such a heavy stitch count. I think it would be totally fine. Like if you did, what's the poinsettia one? There's the poinsettia one, like holiday cheer or something like that. I think it would work if you just did it with muslin and the batting in it. Just some things I think about. It's tough when you're using the heavyweight tearaway. Like spreading your seams open and pressing them, I think is pretty tough. It's hard on the hands. That is so cute. And you know what I love is the stitching down the satin stitch. I think that totally makes it. Like that digitizing is so cute. Yeah, you can just kind of pull this away. I think we're going to come back over here, so I'm not going to do it now, but I think this will just pull away and then you can just split it. Okay, so you're going to frame it. I don't know. I've never framed one of these. I think you would just want it to just be laying so nice and flat. I am not sure. I think that's actually a great idea. Maybe I'll frame mine. Because won't that be so much more fun than stitching in the ditch afterwards through all those layers? I think you'd want it just to be stretched nice and taut. Oh, I know. Doesn't that just look so beautiful? Look how cute that is. The little leaves over there. Love it. Then you're going to stitch pumpkin 1, 3, and 5 stem fill and tendril detail. And those are going to be like the little like curly cute things. And it's showing it in dark brown. I'm going to look at the picture. Let's see. Oh yeah, because some of the stems are going to be in dark brown and like the little tendril details, and it's doing this in the green. So I'm going to grab a nice brown that's going to be on the top. Check and rethread my upper. Let's see what happened. I'm going to unthread. Did I get a little curly cue? Thread just broke. And that's okay. Your thread, your needle's going down and through all that stitching. So that's just going to happen sometimes when it's going through all of this rough stuff. Let's go back 10. Like that's a lot of stuff for it to go through. Miss Margaret, thanks for joining us. Where are you from? Are the pumpkins are so nice. Are you loving them? If you're just joining us, I try and do so long for all the projects that come out. I mean, I start them all. But we'll stitch them and we'll stitch them out together, and some people just join us and stitch whatever they're doing or just hang out. Or I'll see you later, Shannon. Enjoy your chai tea and baked beans. So as far as the brown, I can't decide. Oh, did we come unthreaded or did we just break? And we could go ahead and... Oh, I'm stuck somewhere. Where am I stuck? This is when I'm like taking my chances, right? Because I can't tell where I'm stuck and I can't see the thread. And, ooh. Oh, geez. I am stuck somewhere. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay. There's something else in there. I'm just going to run this through and see if I can dislodge it. Something. Let's see if we can get it to... I'm just going to go for it. But yeah, this was stuck in there. That happens every once in a while. Especially if you're like stitching through really thick stuff. I don't know if I got it all. But we're going to just hope we did. And this is like what happens. Sometimes you get something stuck in that upper thread tension. I never take mine apart. Never taken it apart. But I'm fortunate enough that I have Patrick here. And I can go, Patrick. Oh my goodness. My thread broke. I don't know if I got it all out. I'm going to go back 10 stitches. Let's start stitching again. I could slow it down a little bit too. Bobbin is almost empty. All right. Let's go ahead and cut. Let's grab another bobbin. You know, desperate times calls for desperate measures. And Patrick is out with the dog, so I didn't have a choice. I had to pull. I don't necessarily recommend it, but sometimes what are you going to do? Oh, Henderson! Patrick and I love Vegas. So at some point, we would like to, like I know a lot of people snowbird in Arizona, which I actually love Arizona too, but we love Vegas. The biggest reason we love Vegas is because we love the food. Well, there's lots of reasons. Patrick does a lot of rock climbing, so he loves red rocks. And are we threaded and ready to go? But when we go down there, we plan out like all... I know, I should change my needle, huh? Let's go with this, because it could have just like gotten it. If it shreds again, I'll change my needle out. That's probably the message from the sewing god saying, change your needle. You know when you move and you're still like trying to figure out where you stored everything? I feel like that. So I don't know where all my stuff is yet still. I don't see any thread. Okay, hang on. I'm going to put my foot up. I think it was stitching. Let's go ahead and we'll change our needle out. I'm going to go with an 8012 microtext. If I can find it. Top stitch. Where's my needle notebook? I can't find it. Okay, I can't find my needle notebook. And my other needle notebooks don't have... I have my favorite needle notebook. And that's where my needles are, I think. Oh, here it is. I gave this to Patrick this morning, and so it wasn't where it was supposed to be. But here's my little drawer with needles. Here's my needle notebook. And I wanted to, that's if Lynn, if you're watching, I brought home that pattern because I wanted to do a class with the new needle notebook pattern. Because, I just thought that would be super fun. And then I brought home a fat quarter bundle with the new, so I do use this right here too, because you can kind of see it. Should never be loose enough for you to undo by hand. This needle, it's probably time for it to go. And when I throw away my needles, I just kind of stick it in some fabric. I like poke it through. And I just throw it away. Because I just, I just dump these. Okay. 8012. So my go-to needle when I do embroidery, aren't these so cute? My go-to needle when I do embroidery is normally a 7511 anti-glue needle. Those are my favorite. I don't even have them in here. Oh yeah, here they are. These are made by Oregon. And this is what I use most of the time. And I love the anti-glue. So if you're using adhesive or anything, it's just going to be less stick. It's going to be stick resistant, right? I love also the color of these because they're like a gunmetal color, which is different than all the other needles that are like silver like this. So I always know that's my embroidery needle that's in there. Now, my other needle that I'll use a lot, my second favorite needle, or this is probably the 8012 Microtex needle, is my, I think, the best all-around needle for me. And I use this to piece with. They don't make an 8012 embroidery needle, so as long as I'm not on like knit fabric, I'll use the 8012 to embroider too, but this is my go-to piecing needle. Microtex, they're extra sharp, so they just penetrate more without that fabric getting pushed down. There's less rebound. They just were straight through because they're extra sharp. And they're kind of the rage, right? So I like an 8012 Microtex for piecing and a 901412 for quilting. And I love a top stitch needle too. I think those are like my favorite needles. Okay, I'm going to go back 10. And let's go ahead and stitch. See how we do. Maybe it just needed something a little... Oh, wait. We needed to change out our bobbin too, didn't we? Or did I do that? I think I did that. Let's just check again. Yep. These pumpkins are so cute. They're adorable. So Paula says the piece block is quite different from piece block B. Oh, piece block A is different than piece block B. Oh no! Okay, I'll pay special attention to those piece blocks. Let me look. I'm going to look at them right now. And this is the brown I'm going to use for the tops of my other stems. This is brunette. I'm going to look at piece blocks. Okay, here. Are we talking about these? No, we're talking about... Let me look at it. All right, it's calling for the brown, so I'm going to go ahead and take this out. I could use that warm gray. I think warm gray 11 is one of the colors it calls for. Let me look at the thread list again. No, warm gray 11 is not in there. Okay, I'm just going to use that brunette. I love this. This is like one of my favorite browns. Pieced block. Are we talking about something happened here? I could hear it. Did you hear that with your mama ears, your mama stitching ears? Not sure what happened there. Anytime stuff like that happens, I just go, okay, let me just check the bobbin just to make sure it's looking okay. Bobbin looks great. Of course, it's still attached. This was just the undersewing going on anyways. I'm going to just rethread. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit. So let me go into my settings. So you go to your settings button. It'll go straight to your embroidery settings. I'm going to go to 800 just for this. I normally stitch completely at full speed. But we're going through a lot of different layers right now. need to get one of those, Cindy. I need to just get the little pill box and just put my sharps in there. Good to see you, Cindy. Have you been working on this? You're probably already done, and it's probably hung up and just beautiful in your room. So when you say piece block, Paula, are you talking about like these? Are you talking about this one, the piece star? Which one is the piece block? Which one are you talking about? What are you working on then? Because I know you're not working on something. You stay busy. These pumpkins are so cute. We're gonna do, after we do this, we'll go ahead and we'll do the cozy sweaters. This one's actually taking quite a while. And then let's do one of the piece stars. We are almost done with this one. We're going to do pumpkin 1, 3, and 5 stem fill and tendrils. Then we're going to do the little birdie. It's funny because the thread kit has, I think the thread kit has marlin in it, which is kind of that like deeper blue. I feel like the picture shows it in a really bright blue. But I think the marlin's going to look great. Just going to do the little marlin. Cleaning house. I guess that needs to be done sometimes. I love this one. Is this one just the prettiest? They had said that this was discontinued, the blush, and that we couldn't get it anymore, but I've been noticing it lately that they have it again. So if you're looking for a blush, we should be able to get that for you. We're working on Falling into Autumn. And this is the first block in section 1, but it's this one right here. So right now we're doing this block, and then we're going to be working on this one, and then we'll do this one right here. That's going to be our big sew-along today. Started a little bit late, so we'll go a little bit late too. So if you weren't able to jump in for this one, and you want to start with us with this sweater block, that's the one we're going to do next. With so many new Kimberbell basic fabrics, I want to say it's almost like double of what they have right now. Maybe it's not that much. Maybe it just feels like that much, but there's going to be a lot of new fabrics coming out. And I did pre-order everything for the because there's the Thanksgiving pillow. I'd call this one, this is the fall one. There's a Thanksgiving one, and I'll be cutting the kits for that one. It is really, really cute. And it's going to be one of the square ones. And I know a lot of people like the square ones because they're just like, it's like something that you can get done in a weekend. Okay, we are going to put in, if you look on your screen, it's calling for the blue. So I'm going to put this blue in. This is going to be for the little bird. And then it says stitch the bird detail and beak fill. So we're going to pull that color next. It looks like one of the purples. There we go with the little birdie. Oh yeah, it is one of the purples. And it's the lighter of the purples. So I'm going to grab, it is called Tea Berry. So I'm going to use Tea Berry next. You could do iris, if it doesn't make a difference. I would start like picking, using like the tips of a pair of scissors, and because I think everything that's left is going to be in the bird, but you're just going to pull away as much of that as you can, and then you're going to want to get off, you know, what's here as well. And whatever you can't get off, you're just going to wet a Q-tip. I get so bored though. I think I have a short attention span. I really struggle. And we won't do all of this now, but you can get most of it up. Okay, let's do the beak. So I'm going to put in the lighter of the two purples that we have. Whoops! This one's called Tea Berry. I love these colors. They're so fun. And I guess I didn't. So if you know how I pulled on my thread, which I don't recommend doing, but sometimes you're just desperate. Sometimes you get upper thread caught up here, and that will cause your thread to break down below. So just keep that in mind. I got lucky. Doesn't seem like it's really affecting me at all. Maybe I just needed a little bigger needle. This thing is my arch nemesis. This black screw likes to get me every once in a while when I reach in and I make bad choices. Okay, I'm going to put warm gray 4 back in for the little wing. Should I do warm gray 4? Or should I do... It's showing like a tan. So, is that going to just... That might just disappear. Should I do this one? Or... Maybe I should do like linen. Let me grab my linen. Let's just do this one. We'll see how he looks. He's got some detail in it, so maybe it won't fade away too much. What's your favorite, Marlene? Are you talking about the square pillows, or are you a Thanksgiving gal? You love Thanksgiving? I love Thanksgiving. Number one, I just love getting together with friends and family. We actually do a Friendsgiving, and we've been doing it with the same friends for, God, it's got to be over a decade now. And I love making a turkey because it's the only time we ever do that. Don't you? I just love fall. I love all the way into... I guess I love everything. Because I I love summer too. I gotta take out some stitches. Remember when I hit my, I impeded the movement of my embroidery yarn? So I've got to rip those stitches out right there. Okay, we are gonna put in, I'm gonna put in shadow. No, it says stitch the wing fill, stitch the wing, legs, and eye detail. So I'm going to put shadow in right now. That's that dark, dark, dark gray. There's shadow. This was a long block. It is 44 minutes of stitching, and that doesn't include the time that you spend trimming your applique and all of that stuff. Can't wait to hang this one at the store. I had a gal that came in, not last week, but the week that we were open. So what was that, 2 weeks ago? And she was like, "Do you sell your quilts?" And I can't do it. They're like children. I just can't. I love them for different reasons. I think like someday, you know, I mean, how many quilts can you have, right? When I'm, when we aren't working anymore, which who knows when that'll be, then maybe, I mean, I won't need them all, but I love seeing them hung up at the store, and I just love them. Even then, I don't know, am I going to be able to get rid of them? I need somebody really special to give them to. I don't think I could just sell it. There's so much love that goes into them. Okay, you're going to remove as... Are we done? Hang on. Let me see. I think that was the last step, but let me make sure before I... So it says, do not stitch this step. This line is for design placement only. Remove the block from the hoop. Dissolve any remaining topping with a wet cotton swab and lay the block flat to dry. We are done with this one. You're going to just have to press it out and then trim it down. I'm going to go ahead and just remove the big pieces right now. And then I'll go back and get all the little ones. But they come off really easily. So cute. The texture is so much fun. Just being able to touch it is just a good time. And then grab your tweezers, and then you can pull up any little bits of that topping that doesn't come up, that you just don't rip right off. Then you're going to also want to trim all of those jump threads. I like to use either my OESD, these little clips, or my side hoppers, either one of those. And I like my other tweezers. I'm not seeing them in this basket. But like this, for instance, you're going to want to pull this. I got this stitched down. But I just like holding these with a pair of tweezers, and then either of these will do an excellent job in just trimming it. And it makes a huge difference. It makes everything look clean and everything pops. And then you can use these tweezers to pick out any of the remaining topping that's there, like this right here. Just grab it with your tweezers and just pull it out. This is the fun stuff. You can just pick at this stuff and this is what you do when you're watching Yellowstone. Did I tell you I got Paramount because I thought I was like, I want to see Yellowstone. Everyone talks about it and they say it's such a great show. So I got Paramount and I was like, okay, I'll watch 18, is it 1882? I'm going to watch that first because that's the beginning story before Yellowstone. And then I went to watch Yellowstone, and I realized it's on Peacock only. So I'm going to watch 1828, and then I'll watch 1923? I can't remember the numbers. And then I'll have to get Peacock, because I'm going to watch them all. I deserve it, right? I work hard, so if I want to watch the show, I can watch the show. That's what I told myself. Because Patrick's like, we're not signing up for any more of those. All right. Hi, Miss Cindy. I have loved my time off, but I need more of it. But it's okay. You know, it's nice to get back and be productive because I find I'm not as productive. The more time I have off, the less productive I am. Okay. Let's go ahead and I'm going to put the design in first. If you're just joining us, I have not done this spreadsheet yet. I will work on the spreadsheet and I will work on finishing my prep video because I haven't finished that yet tonight. So I'll work on both of those when we're done. Let's go ahead. Kimberbell Day, but I'm confused. Are we watching both Kim and you at the same? No, you will not be watching me at all. So Kimberbell Day is going to be Kimberbell event. So you needed to register through Eventbrite, not through us. So hopefully you didn't click the link through us. We have been emailing people if you just signed up through us and we think you didn't do Eventbrite. She is only going to be doing one project from each kit. So the morning, let's go in here while we're talking about this. I will go ahead and I'm not gonna take these. I'm not going to cut them out of here first because I might just fold this back and then I'm going to use this side piece right here to do some of the filler blocks because there's lots of fabric over there that we can use. The morning is going to be spent on, I think she's going to be demoing, there's like a project and I think you get that project for free. So you get like a quilting design and then you get that topper. She did say she was going to I think she's going to give the dealers the cut list so we can cut kits for you. I don't know if I can get those to you in time if you want to do that project with her. But you can always watch it later and do it later, right? Then in the middle of the afternoon during lunch, I think that's when they're going to do their big giveaways. They're going to have that shopping cart giveaway. And I think there's 3 customers and 3 dealers that they choose. I could be wrong because I watched the thing a while ago. And then in the afternoon, she's going to be doing the pillow with the bats. And then she's going to be doing the cardinal ornament. And that comes from Winter Wonderland. So she's going to do one kit from each of those packets. However, if you got your kit from us, from A1, I sent you the videos. So, because we did both of the events, so I sent you the pre-recorded videos as well as our event video. So I think you should have all of that. And that way we can just kind of pretend we're all doing it together. Okay, I'm going to go home to clear my screen. We are going to do the sweaters, which are so ridiculously cute. And I think it's going to be so adorable when it does all the stitching on there. So we're going to go embroidery. Let's go to our pocket. I'm going to my USB here. And I have Falling into Autumn. This was the dealer sample kit. So I just have the designs that are being used here. We are going to be putting in our quilting design is weave 2 6x10 horizontal. So weave 2, we want 6x10, I'm PES, 6x12, sorry, excuse me, 6x12 horizontal. That's the one we want. Go ahead and set it. Don't move it yet. We're going to go ahead and add. And we are going to be adding the sweater design. I know it's a little confusing, right? Like, but you'll be watching her for the day. Let's go back to my USB. Falling into autumn. I know there's some shops that are doing like a preview. You can go to the store, work on it there. We don't have space for that because I cannot stop shopping. And our whole sewing area, our classroom, which we didn't have really a big separate classroom, has turned into our retail fulfillment space. Set. Let's make sure. So we're going to be centered, align the block embroidery file with the quilting design so that both are centered. So we have that right. And it's telling you here, and I've been looking at that, after quilting, go to the embroidery. So we're going to do the quilting design first and then the embroidery. Sometimes they want you to do the quilting at the end. So I'm just going to say embroidery. I'm going to do the same thing I did with the other design. I'm going to snug this up in the upper left-hand corner. So I'm going to have that strip on the right that we can do some of our filler blocks. All right. And I use my finger for general placement and then my arrows for precision. I'm going to have to rehoop. And we'll say okay. Let me go ahead and rehoop. Yes, indeed. It's kind of confusing, right? You're like, are we doing this with A1? Are we doing this with Miss Kim? And you're going to be doing it with Miss Kim, Miss Kimberly. Here, we've already pulled aside what we're going to be using. I'm going to move this so I have some room for hooping. I have made a big old mess in my sewing room. Let me go ahead. Okay, this is so adorable. Yeah, look at the email. I think it's explained in there, but if it's not, I try to do my best. I wrote that email and I was like, I always feel bad when I send you really long emails because I don't want to waste your time, but I did want to give you all the information. Okay, I'm going to scoot this up. I'm not going to cut that embroidery off. That allows me to not waste. Oh my goodness. Poppy chewed up my Toms. My shoe. A little sad about it. I'm glad it wasn't she's gotten a Birkenstock. She loves Kai's. It's pretty tight down here, so I don't think I'm going to even tighten it up anymore. I'm just going to pull out the little bubbles. She got a pair of my sandals. At this point, you go, Jeannie, you need to put your shoes someplace else, right? No, I haven't learned my lesson. Now I can be like, Patrick, I need to get new shoes. All right, let's go ahead and slide this on because this is a big one again. It's 6.5 by 12.5, so you have to go into your 9.5 by 14 inch hoop. If you don't have a 9.5 by 14 inch hoop, I think there was, let me look at this. A parent says the 5x7 hooping instructions are found on a separate PDF. So you can do it in the 5x7. You're just going to have to do multiple hoopings, which is great that you can do that they make it so you can have smaller hoop sizes and still make this project. I think that's great that they give you the options. Let me see. Hi, Miss Kim. You done with work on the East Coast? The 22-inch pillows. Well, you got it. You got an autumn quilt. Marlene, they answered all your dreams, right? You got your autumn quilt. I'm just going to leave this thread in here because remember, go ahead and either touch your word layout or edit. It should bring up this screen. I'm on the screen from which I stitch at. It'll either be layout or edit depending on your machine. You want to hit this button though. And these screens, they just go like this. So they'll be, if you hit that button, it'll take one and bring it to the front and one to the back. So again, we're going to start with our placement stitch for our batting. So let's grab our batting and our spray tent. We're going to give it a little shot of spray. Make sure this isn't curled under. I can't remember what block I did. I had to do it twice. It was my border blocks. You know I hate those. It was my border blocks, and I had to do it twice because my fabric was flipped under. These are all the things that happen to you as a newbie and as a non-newbie who is not paying attention, like me. That's why I always warn you. I was like, hey, fluff your fabric. And even then, sometimes you just, you're going to lose. You're going to have to unstitch. Okay. There is my batting. Spray it on the bumpier side. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to lay it down. Not even going to move my whole camera over. And you want to pretty much lay it down in the lines, but if you have a little more hanging outside, that's totally fine. Sometimes I like that. Okay, I'm going to now spray my background fabric. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to use the sweater pieces. They're so cute. There we go. I'm going to lay this down on top, and now we are going to go ahead and skip some steps, right? Because, there we go. You can check it. You can make sure you're all the way down. I can scoot this down a little bit. All right. We're going to skip steps. Because what we just did was placement for the batting. This orange is the tack down. We don't need to do that because we've already cut it to size. If you're cutting it larger, you want to do the tack down, and then you're going to trim the extra batting. But who wants to do that? It takes so much longer. Think about the hours you're saving by cutting your batting to size. That is placement for your background fabric. We already put our background fabric. We just centered it to our batting, and that's your tack down. And it's fine to use this dark color. And it actually is a little helpful because it's easier to fussy cut than if you like chose a matching color to this fabric. Like, look how bold that stitch is. So that's going to be really easy. That's not where you're going to cut. Like, don't cut directly on that stitch line, but you're going to fussy cut to it. And it's going to be your approximate cut line. And we are ready to stitch. Cindy, you're funny. Yes, I did. I actually changed that maybe like a project ago. Yeah, because my other cardboard was so nasty. Oh, yeah. I just leave it. It doesn't bother me. But then I get embarrassed because I know, like, you guys watch and you're probably like, that's disgusting. She really needs to change that out. Okay. We are now going to go to this part. So now we're in, oh, you know what? We have to do our quilting first. So it's showing it, to me, that looks like linen. So it depends on if you really want that to show or not. I am not going to make it into a bold color. So I'm just going to put my linen in. We're going to do the quilting. And you know what I didn't notice? Okay. There, let me get into my quilting stitches. I skipped ahead to placement for my background, but not tack down for my background. So I was one step behind, but it was fine. If you did the tack down for your batting, then you would want to, you need to actually rip that out because that's going to be like too far in. It's not going to be where it's supposed to be. But as long as you did placement for the background or tack down for the background, you're okay. I'm just going to hit start and just check your screen, make sure that it's showing you, but that is going to be the quilting stitch, which looks like, what do they call that? They're calling it the weave. So go ahead and stitch out your weave. ones this weekend. So one of our friends has I think a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, and they are so cute. And it made me go, I really want to be a grandmother someday. I don't think I'm close. My kids are 18. I know a lot of people are waiting. A lot of younger people, they're waiting. I mean, I was 34. That's kind of on the older side, I think, but my kids wait that long. I have a long time to wait. Darker. Cindy likes them to show. I know. You know what? They are real. You know, maybe like one. I should probably. You know what I'm gonna do on the next one, Cindy? I'm gonna go one shade darker. So it's gonna show a little bit, but not a ton. I started watching Beef, and I didn't get into it. I watched like I don't want to. I'm totally one of those people who I give away the show because I forget that not everyone's seen it, so I'm not gonna try. But I love that actor. I love the Korean guy. I saw him in, I don't know if any of you watched. What was that? There was a show he did another movie where it was about him like becoming a farmer, and I loved it. And the grandmother wore like men's underwear, and I was like, oh my god, that's something totally that my grandmother or my mom might have done. Love it. Okay, let's get ready for the next step. We're going to do the quilting, and then we're going to do the sweater. We're going to stitch sweater 1 placement line. We're going to place the sweater 1 fabric right side up, and we're going to stitch the top down. Where do we put the topper down? Because that almost worries me. Okay, after we place the other sweater, then we'll do the tack down. All right. I can't check right now because I'm watching the sew along on it, but Marlene, if you email me, I'll resend you the email. Oh, page 16. Okay, we're going to do that next, Paula. I don't think this one's going to take too long, and we're going to do Peace Star next. And if you want to get ready for it, let me grab my fabric. This is what we're using for this block right here. I don't know why I have a quarter there. Let's move it. For these, you're going to need, and you did need to stabilize these. Look at the mess I'm making. What does this have to do with what we're doing today? Nothing. Get it out of the way. Let's move it. I just like threw it across the room. Okay, we did have to stabilize some of these. So let's grab the fabric, and then it's going to be a bunch of little pieces. It didn't want you to stabilize everything, so you needed to pay attention to your little notey notes. This pile's here because I didn't have time to sort yet. But Alice, I will get it sorted for you. We're going to do that next. But I did put shape flex on all of these. This is your centerpiece, so you're going to need these. You should have 2 of them. Shape flex on the back. And then it wanted you to put shape flex on the back of A1 and B1. Okay. We don't want this to just be sitting here. We'll come back to it. Nothing like jumping around. All right. while it's stitching, because there'll be some hardcore sweater detail stitching. We're going to grab this one first. Oh my God. I was wondering what was underneath my foot. It was my side hoppers. Let's move those. We're going to do this one first. So let's go ahead and get out. Well, it's saying that color doesn't make a difference. Okay. Let's just use the... No, I'm going to switch. You know why I'm going to switch? Because it's going to be hard to see the stitching for the linen, for the placement line. You're trying to fit everything back into the hoop, scanning, etc., to restitch the part of the blocks that I messed up. Why don't you use your projector, Paula? And then when you use your projector, take your finger and push down on your fabric, because if it's puffy, it like throws off this. It can throw off the projector where it stitches. And before you start stitching, just kind of roll your hand wheel, roll your needle down to make sure that the needle is right on the stitching that you did before. Or would it be easier to just start all over again? Sometimes it is. All right, placement stitch first. We're now into this. So we're doing step 1, stitch the sweater 1 placement line, place the sweater 1 fabric right side up. Make sure that you put, because there is a right and a wrong side, you should have the ribbed side up. That's what you should have up. I'm going to give this a little shot of spray on the back. Spray tent. Woo. Oh my goodness. I'm getting so excited because I've never used this sweater material before, and it's so cute. And you want to check, like lay it down. Kind of put it up a little bit. Make sure you're covering everything. Put it up this way. Make sure that you've got it all covered. You might want to, we want to make sure that our foot isn't going to be pushing our sweater around, but I think we're going to be okay. If we are, we could put our foot height up a little bit. So we're like right there. It's okay. If that foot was pushing down on the sweater material, we would definitely want to stop it, go into our settings, and raise that up. But it seems like it's skimming it. Skimming it and not pushing, so we're good. Now we're going to trim the fabric close to the stitch line. You've got to make sure that you've stabilized this. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to manage. So make sure you have that shape flex on it before you even start stitching. All right, let's trim it close. I feel like I should look for my other scissors. Maybe my snips. I'm in the mood. Oh, I think I see him. I'm in the mood to snip. All right, let's see. Sometimes these do the job and sometimes they don't, you know? Oh my goodness. I don't even want to cut it. It's so cute. It cuts so easily. I say go snips. If your snips are going to do the job. And don't get too stitch greedy. Like don't feel like you have to get right. Oh my goodness, it is so cute. I'm in love. I want to use sweater for everything. And you know what? It says it might be even easier. I'm going to leave this purple in when I do the light purple because it like blends in so well. It's almost hard to see where the stitch line is. So maybe choose something that there's going to be a little bit of contrast that you can see. Because this right here, I feel like I didn't get close enough to the stitch line, but I can't tell. And I don't want to be, I call it stitch greedy, where you get so close you cut the stitches. I don't want to do that either. Okay, Kimberbell. You've done it. You found something I absolutely love. Okay, if you haven't gotten this kit, you got to get it just so you can work with the sweater. And the acorns. Have you seen the acorns? I actually, I have acorn shells because Gail, you know who I'm talking about. Gail has velvet acorns and they're so cute. And I was like, I want to make those. So I love that they have the little velveteen acorns in this kit. Makes my heart happy. Who doesn't love that? Oh my God, it's so cute. Okay, next one. I'm going to leave that in here. Let's put this up. I'm going to leave it. We're going to do the placement line. I'm going to do the tack down also with that dark purple so I can see it better when I'm like, what is that? My scissors. I put it in my throat area. I obviously haven't learned my lesson. Again, I just gave this a little shot of spray. Make sure you have Shape Flex on it to stabilize it. Oh, Joanne, is it at the shop? We have it. We're holding it. We're holding it captive. Well, you know, sometimes that's good because then it makes you do some other stuff, you know, right? Like maybe you just do some piecing or you do some gardening or you, God forbid, clean. That's for me, right? You know what I need to do? And I need it bad. I need to clean my refrigerator. That's like a have to get it done kind of thing. How cute is this? This is a turtleneck sweater. I'm not even reading my instructions. Okay, we're on track. This is our tack down and then we're going to trim. Does the embellishment kit smell like those scented candles? Honestly, Cindy, I don't even know. I didn't even notice that. I'm going to go sniff it. Hang on. I'm sniffing everything for you. Okay. I did not smell anything, but I think I have really dull senses. Like Patrick, I call him Princess and the Pea, and then I call myself Shrek. I was going to say he calls me Shrek. He doesn't. I call myself Shrek because I'm like a swamp creature. I don't notice anything. I didn't smell anything. And, you know, like when it's like a really strong smelling scented candle, I usually notice that. I bought a candle from Anthropologie and I got it on sale and I ordered it. And it was like big and heavy. And I was so bummed when it showed up because it smelled really strong. And it smelled like men's cologne. Which, I mean, men's cologne is fine, but I just don't want to light a candle that's going to make my whole house smell like men's cologne. It doesn't even smell like a good men's cologne. So I've never lit it. And it smelled so bad just sitting there. So I left it out in my living room, which we don't go into often because we don't entertain. Because who wants to entertain when you can sew? It doesn't smell as bad now. Like totally like faded. The smell faded. But I still haven't lit it because I don't like the way it smells. It's pretty. But I didn't smell. Did anyone notice anything in their kits? Yes, they said on one of the things that the labels have a scent. Maybe it's scratch and sniff. I remember that too. I remember like, wow, they're going to have scented candles, or they're going to have something that's scratch and sniff. Is this so cute? Oh my goodness. Okay, look at them. And doesn't this shape remind you of like the 80s? Like you had a sweater like this in the 80s? Maybe you have one like that now. The 80s are back. Hi, Miss Rolo. There was no notification because it wasn't a Zoom. So I'd send, I think we had talked about it. I know, I'm sorry. We talked about it that there was going to be a sew-along on the 10th for Falling into Autumn. And then on Friday, which I think is the 14th, we're going to do Cuties April. And I'm sorry I didn't send anything. You know why? Because I'm not organized. So you didn't get it. But you have the recording. You can watch it anytime. You can just pretend it's live. All right, now that we've done that, it says place your wash away topping. Let's get our wash away topping. You didn't get a notification. Nobody got a notification. But just know we're going to be meeting the next couple of Mondays, and we're going to be working on this. We're going to be working on Falling into Autumn. How about I use a bigger pair of scissors? And part of me didn't send it because I was like, what am I going to do? What if I can't get this done? What if... So, I just wanted to, like, just do it and make sure that I was going to be here and able. I was a little bit worried about getting everything done in time. But I will be here next Monday. So this week, we're going to focus on sections 1 and 2. You didn't even, Rolo, I didn't even finish the spreadsheet yet for this. So sections 1 and 2. Oh my goodness, this one is so cute. And then next week will be 3 and 4, and the week after will be 5 and 6. And then we'll do borders, and like hopefully we'll sew it all together. Hopefully they won't have something else coming up that's, you know, gonna kill me. Okay, stitch the sweater 1 satin outline. That's next. Did you do the spread? Nah, Wendy? No! I didn't do it! So, I was just telling Alice, oh, see, I couldn't see if there were like innies and outies there. I was telling Alice that I haven't done the spreadsheet yet, that after we do this, I'm going to finish grouping all my pieces together, because I didn't finish the prep video, and then I will work on the spreadsheet. So you'll have the spreadsheet sometime tonight. Tonight, you'll get your spreadsheet tonight. If you set your notifications on YouTube, you will get notified that you are on. Okay, did you hear that? So, set your notifications. I don't even know how you do that, but there's some way you can set your notification. How did they do that, Cindy? Do you do you just hit the thumbs up, or is there like a notification button? But just know I'm going to be on here the next couple of Mondays, and that's when we're going to be working on to Falling into Autumn. And then we're going to stitch the sweater 2 satin outline. So right now we're using, this is Iris, and then we're going to use Tea Berry for the other sweater. It's going to be gorgeous. Oh, it's a bell. But then do you have to be on YouTube or just on your computer? Like, how does it work? So Rolo, this morning, like I told Patrick, it was 12:09. I wanted to get started at 12 o'clock, and at 12:09, I looked at I was still cutting. I was still prepping, and 12:09, I was like, oh my God, it's 12:09, Patrick! And I had him come down, and he got the thing started. I was like, don't start it yet. I don't even have the design on a USB, so I couldn't even find it. I had to do a search in my downloads, and I found it and put it on my USB. So I'm recovering from my vacation. Oh, so if you're on the computer, you don't have to be on YouTube. You'll just get a notification. I guess you'll just get a notification on the top of your screen. Here we go. This is 42 minutes. This one's another long one. So we'll do this, and I am going to do that piece star. Oh, while it's doing this, instead of just sitting here yapping, I'm going to get ready for the next one because I think I have to like actually organize some of my pieces together. And I started doing that. Do you like this mound? This is my unorganized mound, my non-sorted pieces. We're going to do this one next. Piece star. So I got these two pieces. These are going to be your centers. Shape flex on both of them. Now we need, and this here is the darker, so there are, oh yeah, there's two different mustard yellows. So this is the one that you're used to, which is called Muse. This is the new one. I don't know what it's called, I forget, but this is going to be the darker one, and that's what we're going to be using for A1. B1. So don't get these confused because you have a, it's ROIC, and I don't know if it stands for like royal ice or royal icing, but then you have coconut cream too. So don't get those confused because it's going to be easy to, but one is going to be a little more, I don't know if it's like OC, but you can see the difference. Let me do this. Do you see how this one's, is it more tan? Or like, it's just darker, right? That's your coconut cream, and this is more just like off-white or maybe even snow. So we're looking for the piece that's 3 by 3 of the B1. Let's make sure we're grabbing the right one. Piece star. So you're doing the off, the one that's more like snow, that's like lighter. This is the one that's creamier. So that's what you want. So I guess I could sort these while we're waiting for that to stitch out, huh? And then everything's going to be organized. I don't have to be looking through this pile of slop. These pieces we know we want. There's like this new red. Whoop, that didn't go. All right. And I think I have these. So this is all coconut cream, and this should be, and the other thing is, don't accidentally put it on the side that has the shape flex. It's really close in color. So just look at it carefully and make sure you have it right side up. So we want one of these that is 3 by 3, so that's going to be the piece right here. And then you want one of these, the darker mustard, that's 3x3. Those are the pieces that are going to be, that have the, ooh, this isn't right. I took out the wrong piece. That have the shape flex on it. So these 4 pieces. As well as, well, actually there was no backing. Now we're going to have to grab, these are the pieces. These are all the extra yummy pieces that didn't get shape flex. So you don't want these other pieces to have the shape flex on it because then they're just a little bit too stiff. So we need the one that's this like tan, this piece right here, and you're going to need 24 2x3s. That's these. Let's pull these out. As well as 16 2x3s of this. This is non-coconut cream. Or is it coconut cream? I'm getting confused. This is non-coconut cream, right? Yes. No. Yes. Okay. These are the 2x3s. Let me grab all of those. Put these over here. And then we need, what's B2? B2. 16 2x3s. And it looks like it's the maroon. Whoop! There goes the dogs. Got watchdogs. I'm just going to grab all of these 2x3s. While we're doing this, let's come back over here. Put our next color in. Wants to do the outline stitch, so we're going to put in Tea Berry. You know, did you hear him barking like that? That was for Patrick and Kai. So, just so you know, he barks at his family like that too. Alright, go ahead and let that stitch. That's going to take, I don't know, that's going to take a while to stitch out. We'll just continue over here. Fabric A is the ROIC. Fabric B, oh no, fabric A is the mustard. Here, go with these pieces. I think it's these. So we have fabric A, these, fabric B, these, fabric A5, let's call it this instead. Center is this, fabric 2, which is A1, B4, okay, is this, fabric 3 is the off-white, it's the center, and then all the little bitties. Fabric 4, which is A3, is this, and then fabric 5, which is the B2, and the B3 is this. Okay, this should be all of it. I'm going to keep these around too because it might be some of this. This is all the stuff that's stabilized, so I'm going to keep this with that pile over there. Our infusible to wrong sides, we've done all of that, so this is going to be for the piece start. I'm going to just pull this forward and just keep this all together. Let's check out what's going on over here. Yeah, Lori, I have the kits at the store, so I think I still have like maybe 10 more of the fabric kits. And I still have them at the pre-order price. So the fabric kits are 15% off, and then the embellishment and the book are both 20% off. So you can just order it. I'll be back in the store tomorrow and we can get it sent out to you. So cute. This is 7 minutes of stitching. I want to make sure, am I doing the right color? Because I didn't even look. And I know on the screen that this is the color that matches, but on the screen it shows a mustard. Nope, this looks right. Let's just make sure. Yeah. So right now we are on step number 6. We're doing sweater 2 satin outline. And then we'll remove the tape, tear away the topper outside of the sweater only. See that? Outside only. We're going to leave it on the inside. And then we're going to do the yarn, stitch the yarn fill. And I don't even know what color that is. It looks almost like, maybe it's coffee. I think I'll go ahead and I'll do that one. The other option you have is you have cappuccino, which is like, I don't know, it's more like a peachy tan, if that makes sense. Let's see what it says in here. It says beige. The other color you could use is, you could use the blush. So, and I've been using First Kiss for my blush. So we could do this. Oh, that's really cute. I'm going to use the blush. It's going to be my next color. I know, Lori, isn't it making you want to do it? I keep saying, I'm not going to do that one. I can't do them all. And then I see them, and when I start to stitch them, I'm like, oh, I love it. I love it. So I'm going to use the blush, stitch the sweater too, and yarn detail. I'm going to find the perfect purple for that. Honestly, I'm just picking my own colors. And I'm going to go a shade darker than what's in there right now. So this is the color that it is right now, Tea Berry. And I want to go just a shade darker. Maybe I'll do this. It's that Mulberry. That's too lavender. Oh. Violet. I could do violet. It's almost like, if you look at it, it's almost like that one is like, almost like a dusty violet. Don't you think? Okay, I'm going to keep looking. I want to find just the perfect color. That's probably Crush that I can't find. See this? This is almost like a purpley, not like a purpley gray. I might do that. It's Cool Gray 7. you ever amazed at how much thread you have, but you just can't find the right color? Okay, it says stitch the yarn fill. So we just did sweater 2 outline, and then it wants you to stitch the yarn fill. I can't tell if it wants the same color, because it looks like, what is that? What are they describing it as? They're describing that as, I think they're calling that blush. Should I do blush? Okay, let's do it. So we're going to do... Well, we can't do blush because guess what? I don't have it. I looked through my... You know what? Maybe it's upstairs because I pulled some thread out of my stuff upstairs. Or else I can just go... Hang on. Let me look. Let me look over here. Okay, I'm going to do this. Momo's here and his face is dirty. He must have had a good time. Okay, I'm going to do this one. I'm just doing a couple different purples. This is Isacord. And I'm doing Isacord 2764. Okay, this is the yarn fill, and then the sweater one detail, and I'll use this on, I wonder if that's light enough. I'm going to use that down here on this sweater. What about tea berry for the purple sweater? So the tea berry, I know I could have just taken the tea berry and used it over here. Is that what you mean? Honestly, look at how close those two are. This one's a little more, I don't know, pink, and this one's a little more purple. I'm hoping the detail will show enough on here. I'm gonna go pretty light. So this one, where's Iris? Okay, here's Iris. I think that'll be light enough, don't you think? Because this I'm going to use on that. Or should I go even lighter? Should I go even lighter? Should I do this? This is that cool gray 11 that almost looks lavender. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, don't forget. It says here, actually I was supposed to do it before, but remove the tape, tear away the topping outside of the sweater only. I was actually supposed to do that before I did the yarn, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and remove this outside of the sweaters. Don't go inside. You need it there. Although this is ripping right here, but just be careful. I was supposed to take it off before I did that, but it's okay. I slide that on. I'm just going to leave the one I have on there. I'm sure that's, like I said, that's probably the crush. I'll look for it when I'm at the store. Because that's enough contrast with this, don't you think? Or do you think I need more? Maybe more. I wonder if, let me see if that crush is almost, who's got the crush? Is it like a pink? Let me type it in. Oh, it's funny because the crush almost looks like a brown. So maybe that's not the color I'm looking for. I'm thinking, I want to see that contrast. I think I'm going to go First Kiss. Let's just do that one. Because I want to make sure you can really see it. So let's take a look at that. What is everyone else using? Oh, look how cute that sweater detail looks. It's going to be adorable. I love it. This looks like 8 minutes of stitching. I don't know if that was 8 total or 8 just for this part. Has anyone finished this quilt? Are we all just working? Are we gonna all be working on it together? And don't worry if you're just getting started. You have all week to work on sections 1 and 2, and even if you don't get those done, you can just start with us next week. We're gonna be working on sections 3 and 4. So we're basically, if you open up to the back of the book, and on page 56, this right here is section number 1 that we're working on right now. This is section number 2. So this is going to be what you should get done this week. And then section 3 and 4 is what we're going to do next week. And, you know, we're already doing this one. So if you want to do this one, so you already have that pre-done, you can have that pre-done. And then since we're only getting through this much, I'm going to be working on these. Is that too much? Do you think that's... You can do it, right? Otherwise, we'll have to do That's what we're doing. We're gonna do both of these sections. And I'll work on these two throughout the week. I'll post the videos for these. They're gonna be so cute. These are itty bitty. These are like, I think we do these in like our 4x4 hoops, all of these. Then we'll do this one next week. Now I'm rethinking. I thought this was 5 and 6. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking maybe what we need to do, because maybe that is a lot, maybe we'll do one and then this. Like we'll do... I'll write you an itinerary. Let me think about it and think what makes most sense. Because maybe we'll do this and this and this and this. Let me think about it. I'll send you your homework. Do you want a section a week? Tell me what you think. Or is that going to be too slow? almost to our next purple and I'm still undecided. But I think I'm just going to do the darker purple on the lighter purple. Oh, I feel like they show different purples. I was away, I had a friend from middle school message me because one of our girlfriends from middle school's mother passed away. But in her message, she sent me a whole bunch of, I guess, pictures that it was our friend Jen and her mom had. So she had scanned them in and sent them to all of us. And in one of the pictures, I was wearing a vest. And I was in middle school, so, and it was horrible. It was like, it was so ugly. This is what I wore in middle school. I could have used some fashion help, but maybe we all needed some back in the 80s. And I had a perm. It was not a good look. But my mom couldn't help me because my mom had a perm too. I think we all had a perm in the 80s. Okay, this is not as light as what they're showing. Like what they have in here is kind of like a light purple, but this is gonna look fine. It looks pretty. Here we go. So this is 7 minutes of stitching. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to stitch out the knitting needles. And we're just going to do that in shadow. My 5x7 hoop so we can do the piece star. I think the quilting stitch is going to bump us out of the 4x4. And usually I do 9 to 9.5 inches when I'm using a 5x7 hoop. So I'm just going to go ahead and hoop this up. Make sure you put your arrow up to the top. There's a little embossed arrow on there. Just pull this back. That's pretty snug. I'm just going to pull in. And we should be able to do like one here, and then we'll be able to do another one. I think we can put that on. 2 on that piece. On page, it shows dark grays for needles and cream are not in the thread kit. Yes, I was looking at that list too, and it didn't include all of the colors. So if you're going to use dark gray, I like shadow, and then the cream would be linen. Those are the colors I'm going to be using. Yeah, I don't think they didn't have all the colors. I think they kind of assume, oh, you might have some of those from other projects. Hear that? Got a little bit of a fray there. Let me put this up. I'll just trim that off later, but let me go ahead and rethread. My mama ears heard that, but I was watching and it looked like it was still stitching fine. So let's go back. I'm gonna go back 20, maybe I'll go back 30. Let me grab that, snip that. Do I need to go back 10 more? Okay, here we go. And there's nothing else going on here. And you know I hate just sitting here. Oh my goodness. It is so cute. Is that, come on. That is so adorable. And you could do, what if you did like a different one and you had, I have sweater material. I have like different sweater material. I have even like those, well, I guess you'd want something kind of plain so that you could do the stitching. And this is probably going to make more sense to use a Q-tip, because look at all the little innies and outies that you have. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? I was pulling on the knit. Okay, be careful what you're pulling on, because I'm grabbing the knit by accident. Okay, I'm going to be a little more careful here. Make sure you're. I'm gonna have to use a fuzz away thing. You know how when you get those sweaters and you get fuzzies? Okay, I'm paying a little more attention to what I'm pulling right now. Made it fuzzy. so cute. They're like little flowers. I love it. So adorable. Okay, last thing it wants is it wants the knitting needles. So I'm going to go ahead and change that to shadow. Have a good evening, Miss Cindy. And we'll see you later. Okay, let's stitch out those knitting needles. I pulled up the easy pieces. Water soluble can be a little bit gunky, so I am going to try and pull up as much as I can. Oh, here am I. But be careful that you don't pull up this sweater, because I did a little pulling of my sweater right there. I'm just going to be a little more careful. Hard to pull when you're working with a moving target, right? Oh my goodness, it is so cute. Okay, the last step is a little stitch line, and I think the directions said do not stitch it. I would tell you if I could find my directions. Oh, there they are. All the way across the room where they don't belong. All right. Let's check. Stitch the knitting needles. Do not stitch this step. This line is for design placement only. Remove the block. We are done. Dissolve the remaining topping in cool water for 20 seconds. Lay the block flat. So this one we might have to put it in water because there's so many little innies and outies and little pieces that maybe you could take it and put it upside down and just rub it with water. And but you just want to be gentle with it, and you want to be really careful with your knit, because look at what I did to mine. I'm gonna have to do something to make him stay down. But it's really cute. So we're done with this block. We're gonna go ahead and let's do one of the, I know it's already 3:53, right? But let's do a piece star. So let's go ahead and slide this off. I'm going to leave it hooped because I can always push this over and go ahead and do something right here on the side, especially with this one already in the hoop. I'll just put this over here. I'm going to grab this. Don't slide it on yet, or it's going to tell you to change to a larger hoop. We are going to go to our screen. Let's hit our home button. That's going to clear the screen for us. And it is telling us right here that it wants us to do, what quilting design does it want us to do? Piece star. It's telling us that the quilting will be completed after the blocks are sewn together. And square in a square. Is that actually a design? Let's look. Falling into autumn. Background. No, that is not a design. Well, let's see if it put it all the way at the very end. Sewing the blocks. Here we go. Oh, you know what? We are going to have to... Oh, okay. Got it. So we're going to do that in the end. That's going to happen in the end. So we're just going to be piecing. We're piecing in the hoop right now. And then we have to go ahead and we're going to sew all these blocks together. And then we'll do the embroidery. Okay, let's just go ahead and do one of these itty bitty blocks then. So square in a square. That's the first thing that we're going to do. So let's go here to, we're going to go back, embroidery files. And we're going to do PES. Square in a square. Set. And we're actually going to need, that's 2.85. So we should do a couple of those. We should do 2 of them at a time. I'm going to go 6 by, I think what we want to do, let's rehoop. I think we're going to go 6 by 10 and let's just play this out and just make sure it makes sense. If we do a 6 by 10 hoop, we can take one and put it up here. We're going to do 2 square and squares. Go to edit and make a copy. And that's going to, and I'm going to move this one with my arrow so that I don't move the one underneath it. And that is going to do the center of block A and the center of block B. And then we could, we have a little bit of space in between. You're going to have to be mindful of your pieces of, your pieces of fabric, the piecing fabric that you're going to be putting down. So that is going to be this one. Whoops. And then we're going to do, well, that's the same design for all of them. Let's fill it up. We'll do a whole bunch of them at a time. Edit. Make a copy. Move. Okay. Make a copy. Move. We'll center and move it over. Okay. Make a copy. Move. So how about we do this? We'll just do 6 at a time because we have 9. Okay, I think we're good. So we'll just be mindful of how we do these and how we lay them down and what fabric goes down first. So first thing that we're going to do is make 2 pieced star blocks. Each block will be sewn together with 4 block A's. So we're going to go ahead and make 4 of these right now. 4 of these, and then you'll have a center. And you're going to make 2 of these. Let's look at our picture. Oh, there they are. Top right corner and bottom left. Okay, got it. Let's go embroidery. And if you want, you can color group. So we can lay everything all down at once. However, I wonder if we're going to be dealing with a lot of, if it's going to be kind of a pain in the butt. because you're close with these and you're going to have some overhang with your fabric. Let's give it a go. If we don't like it, the next one we can do it without the color grouping. As long as these aren't overlapping, you can touch layout. This button right here takes it from 2 colors to 1 color, which means it's just going to be grouping. So instead of having all your pink 6 times, all the pink's going to happen at once. There we go. So that's going to be placement, and then your placement tack downs, and then whatever else that's going to be in the very end. All right, first step, stitch the piecing template directly on the stabilizer. I just have my shadow in there. Let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to slide this on. Actually, we're going to slide on the 6x10. Hang on just a second. Let me grab my 6x10 hoop. Maybe this piece of fabric will be big enough. I am off screen right now. Ooh, it's a little small. Let's see if we can make it happen. Nope. That's a stretch. Let's use this. This is left over from one of those corner pieces. Here we go. Okay, template first. Six by 10. So what I'm realizing is I needed to shape flex 8 centers of this, the ROIC, and 8 centers of this darker mustard. So I'm going to put shape flex on all of these because I only did 1 out of the 8. So I'm going to do that right now. Give me just a second. Templates done. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so I'm just kind of pressing everything out right now. I'm adding the Shapeflex to these pieces because, you know, sometimes I read what I want to read and not what it says there. So I didn't look to see that it was for 8 of those centers. So I'm just going and putting the Shapeflex on those right now. It also says piece B1. So this should be it, the A1s and the B1s. And then I'll cut them all apart. So I just put them all down on here. And I like to press these from the front, and then I'll press them from the back too. I turned my steam off. I was using my steam over on my other mat, but I turned it off because now I'm on a mat on top of my cutting mat. And so I don't want to warp my cutting mat. I love this cutting mat. So pretty. Baby blue. And if you find that your Shapeflex isn't sticking, then you need to use moisture and hold your iron down longer, and that'll make it stick. Normally I would use a ruler and cut these apart, but I'm just going to go ahead and just cut them apart this way, just because my cutting mat is covered. And again, this doesn't have to be perfect too. There's always tons of extra room. You do want to be careful and just make sure that you're laying this down fabric side up. This is like your centers, I think. Your centers of the sides. And now we are ready. Okay. Let's do, so we don't get confused, let's just do block A first. So now that your template is down, first thing it wants you to do is it wants you to stitch the piecing template directly on the stabilizer. Place one piece, one fabric right side up, completely covering over section 1. Note, use the piece A1 fabric or B1 fabric for this step, depending on whether you're making block A. So we're doing block A, so we're going to be doing A1. Or, you know what? Let's do, block A has the mustard center, so we're going to do these. Let's go ahead and do those. So I'll be on the same page. Or should we do, you know what? Changing it again. Let's do this one because this is what it shows pictured. So let's do this one first. So we are doing this one, B1. It's funny because, you know, block A, but they're showing block B. Let's do block Bs. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to give 6 of these a shot of spray just for these centers. So those are going to be the Royal Icing ones. the 3x3s that we just put the shape flex on. Okay, so I went ahead and I sprayed 6 of those. I checked carefully to make sure that I sprayed on the shape flex side, which is more woven looking than the other one. And we are going to just lay them down at a diagonal. And just confirm one more time that you have it right. See how the fabric's going to overlap? So I wasn't sure if it was going to be easier just to do one at a time. These I'm just tapping because they are not over like anything. And it says that thread color doesn't make a difference, but I don't like to piece with something that's really dark. So I'm taking this color out and I'm going to just put in First Kiss. Just something that's like a little bit lighter, but that you can see. And it wants to stitch in the upper right hand corner first. Whoops. Good thing it wasn't, I forgot to hit my threading button, so let's go ahead and thread first. Let's go back to the beginning of that step. So I'm going to hit this. This will take me back up to the beginning of that step. And I am going to move this out of the way just a little bit. I'll put it down later because I don't want that that corner to get stitched down. And I'll just hit stop once it stops so I can lay my next piece down. Okay, let's lay this down. We'll stitch them all and then we'll trim them all. Okay, let's move that. Make sure that one's not in the way. Okay. I'm going to flip that top one out of the way a little bit so we make sure it doesn't get stitched down. There's just a little more management when you're doing all of these all at once. I'm going to move this one out of the way. And I'm going to flick that top part out of the way. I'm going to lay this one down. And if you have to stop your machine, just stop your machine. Just hit the start stop button and get it positioned. All right, now that all those are stitched, it's going to stop and we're going to trim to the top right of each one of those lines. It doesn't matter where you start with these. Ooh, I got my stitch there. Careful. I don't have to get that close. All right, those are done. Next step, See, color grouping lets you do like one step all at once, and I could have done this maybe in a 9.5 by 9.5. We could have done like 9 at a time. So we trim the fabric close to the stitch line. Now for step 3, we're going to place one piece 2 fabric right side down with the one long edge centered on the placement line and stitch the seam line. So let's go ahead, and we are doing this fabric right here. We're going to do the red. And we're going to put it in the upper right hand corner for all of these. And it is going to give you a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So kind of center it to this. This isn't going to get in the way. It's going to stitch a 1/4 inch away from the trim line that you just had right there. So go ahead and put all of these down, and it shouldn't get in the way. You shouldn't have any issues. These you didn't have to put shape flex on. It would make it kind of stiff and bulky. We don't need them. And more. And then go ahead and stitch. And if you want like a stiletto to help hold it down, you can grab one of those. Just to make sure your fabric doesn't move around and to keep your fingers out of the way, right? Once it starts holding it, stitching it there, you can kind of hold it here just to make sure the fabric doesn't move. Once it gets one end secured and stitched down. So Paula used her 8 by 12 and did 4 at a time. Yeah, whatever you're comfortable with. I mean, I have them kind of close together, left to right. So, you know, there's a little bit more management there to make sure your fabric's not going to get in the way. We have the thread too, Kimberly. So get your stuff ordered. I'll send it out priority tomorrow, and you'll have time to stitch along with us for the next one. Done. Oh, you know what I needed to do? I needed to spray these, because remember, if we spray them ahead of time, we can just flip them back, but I didn't spray them. So I'm going to spray in the hoop, which I don't always recommend doing unless you're a professional. This is when I spray in the hoop and I just get it everywhere. But you just want a little bit. And if you just want to finger fold and fold it back and tape, I usually like kind of cut my hand a little bit. Just, my can is nice and broken in, so I can kind of do it without getting it everywhere. I'm going to pull this back. Who are you looking for?
Poppy.
I don't know where she is. Not here. I don't think she's here. I haven't seen her. Fold them back. Give it a nice, I call this fingernail pressing to get it to stay back. But you got to watch out for this. We're going to have to be careful. Push it up. It's really this one little corner that it's going to be covering. This is when, and see, I don't have a nice surface here to push this back on. I'll just push it back and I'll deal with it later. All right, now we're going to do bottom right, but we've got to watch out for this, right? So let me just bend that out of the way. I might be doing some starting and stopping. Bend that out of the way. lot to think about. If you feel overwhelmed, once it cuts, just hit the stop button. It'll go to the next position, and then it's going to stop, and it's going to wait for you to hit start again. There. So I'll just hit start. Once it finishes the cut, I'm going to hit stop again. Okay, cut. I'm just going to hit that start stop button. It's going to come over here, but it's not going to stitch. I can move all this out of the way, do my little finger press, and then go ahead and hit start. Okay, I'm going to hit my start, stop as soon as it cuts. It's going to come all the way over here, but it's going to give me a chance to go ahead and reposition everything so don't feel frazzled. If you're color grouping, and if you find it too complicated to color group, that's okay. Just do one at a time. If you find this too busy, doing all of these in the hoop at once, whoops, then don't do them like that. You can do them any way you want. Nobody is telling you to do anything you don't want to do. Okay, it's counting this all as one. So I'm going to go back. Actually, I don't know. Let me go back. Oh, yeah. Just went to color groups that, but it does let you just hit the button to go one step. Okay, we're going to trim, and then we're going to put down some more of that red fabric. Let's trim all 6. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I want these. And just extend that line. Just like it's there, even though it's not. Get that out of the way. Don't cut that too. I love color grouping. I think you get color grouping as a feature once you get into the Destiny and the Dream Machine, the Altair, the Stellaire, and the Meridian. So I don't think it's an option with like the Journey, the Ariel, or like the Aventura, the 3600, the 3700. It's not going to be there as a feature. But it just saves time. If you don't have the color grouping feature, that's okay too. Just do one at a time, or else you can fast forward. You can just hit your arrow button to make it go to the next step, and then you don't have to do all of those changing of the thread. Get that out of the way. So it looks like the next piece that is going down is going to be this red one. Let's pre-spray them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My spray tent just happens to be right here next to me. I don't know where my spray is. Oh, there's my spray. So I'm going to just put them all in my spray tent. The only thing you have to be careful of when you pre-spray them like this is that sometimes the foot wants to pick them up and make them travel. So now I'm just going to give them a little shot of spray. There we go. Okay, let's put our first one down. Center it to that stitch line. This is when using the stiletto is really helpful. Oh, I have this one too. Okay, I'm going to slide this back on. I'm just going to lay one down at a time. So once it stitches there, I'll put this here. And that way, it won't really move. I'm going to stop. How about we move some of those scissors? I'm going to grab my next one, because I might get overwhelmed. Put my foot up so I can see. I'm going to lay this down and make it centered to that stitch line. Let it start stitching. I'm going to hold it down over here with my stiletto. And this is actually my point turner. I'm going to hit stop so I can lay down my next piece. And I'm putting them sticky side up, so once they sew down, I can flip them over and they'll stay down. Let's put this one down. I'm gonna hit stop. Grab my next piece. Don't put sticky side down. You want these sticky side up so that you can flip them and they'll stay. You definitely want to hold that other side over there. If you don't, the fabric like shifts. Then you're going to be annoyed. Sticky side up. I'm going to stop it. If you're pre-spraying, right? Sticky side up. Okay, my last one. Am I giving you like the worst camera angle ever? Not my forte. I'm going to fold these back. Here we go. Oh, somebody just opened up the door and just helped themselves. Oh, it's my child baby. Poppy! You gotta get that sock from her.
Yeah, you dropped that. Good girl.
She's so cute. Usually you can just tell her to drop it and she'll drop it. And it's so cute. Okay, one at a time because I'm going to have to manage the fabric. Now it's just going to do the next placement trim line. And I don't think I'm going into anything here. I hit my stop because this does have to get folded out of the way. Good with this one. Just going to fold this one back. I'm going to hit stop so I can get the next thing of fabric out of the way. And this one, I'm just going to let it go, but I'll hit stop after that so I can manage all my fabric over here. I guess I could just flip this. That's all I need to do. All right. That is your trim line. So now we're going to go ahead and trim. We're going to trim and then we're going to lay down some of that mustard yellow fabric. We'll just start right here. Thank goodness my room's the main thoroughfare, so I can see everyone in the family at some point. Because you know how it is when you have teenagers. And they just stay in the room all day. And you go, are they okay in there? And then you know they're okay because then it's time to eat and they come out. I can't believe I have one more month with my kids. Can you believe that? I just can't believe it. I looked at the little ones we were with this weekend and I just thought to myself, oh my goodness, this goes so fast. Next time I see them, or, you know, before you know it, they're going to be graduating and, well, it doesn't go that fast, but you know what I mean. They get big so fast. There we go. All of those are trimmed. You wanted to trim, I'd call this like southwest. And we're going to get our yellow pieces. I'm going to pre-spray those. We want 6 of them. I'm putting them in my spray tent. You don't need to see this. There are 8 piece blocks for each large block. 4, yes. Oh, were you asking? I thought you were just saying. So I was like, uh-huh. Yeah, so we're going to do 4 of each. And then you have your center, which is like the best part because you don't have to do anything. It's just done. So let me go ahead and spray this. I'm getting my 6 pieces to lay down. What I'm doing right now is I am doing not the A block, I'm doing the B block because I thought it would be less confusing because that's what they show pictures of. And we are doing these right here. So we just we put our main piece down, we put red down here, red down here. Now we're going to do our 2, we're going to do yellow in the bottom left, and then we'll do yellow in the top left. So again, this goes face down, center to that stitch. I'm going to move this out of the way, and let's start. I'm going to hold it down here. You want sticky side up. I'm going to hit stop so I can get my next piece of yellow. Let's put this down. Center it. And get this out of the way. You don't want that to get stitched down. Here we go. So there's some fabric management, but I think it's worth it when you're doing the color grouping. I'm going to stop it so I can get my next piece of fabric down. Right side up. Center to your tack down. Start. Sticky side up. And stitch it down. I'm going to hit stop so it gives me some time to position. Let's put this down. That's your 1/4 inch stitch. I'm going to stop it. Now you have, oh, that's what you were saying to me. Oh, no, that's okay. Because you need, yes, I am going to have 6 B blocks. Because you need 8 total. So when I do the next set of 6, I'll do just 2 more of these. And then the other 6 will be the... Am I doing that right? I need 4 of these. And then 4 of the, but I need 8 of each. So it's fine that I'm doing this. Because now I'll have 6 and then I'll do 2 more in my next tubing. And then I'll have enough to do 4 of these. And then in the next tubing, I'll do 4 more to give me 8. Okay, right? I think I'm doing it right. Because I need 8 of these total because I'm doing two different piece stars. Oh, for a minute I got nervous. Yes. Yes, I'm doing 6 of them right now because that's what fit into this hooping. Into my, that's what fit into my 6x10 hoop. I'm doing 6. 4 for this one, and 2 of these will go to the other piece star. Okay, let's fold these all back, finger press, and let it stitch down. I'll do these 2 first. Stopping it so I can get my fabric all cleaned up and out of the way. There we go. Yes, I'm going to have 6 of the B blocks, and then I only have to do 2 more. Let me fold this back. I'm just doing them all at once. I know I only need 4 for each piece star, but I'm just doing them all. Hope that makes sense. I'm in the groove. So I was like, oh, let's just do them all. Now we're going to trim. I was just checking to make sure you're all paying attention. Thank you. And I see you are. I guess I just didn't explain to you what I was doing. I was like, oh, I'm going to do all of these. They're going to all be done. And then I just have to piece them. I have to just sew them together. And then we'll add the quilting. So even though this is, I think the other one is what, in section 3 or 4? I don't know which section it's even in. I was like, let's just do it and be done. It's kind of like twins, right? These are my twin blocks. My twins, potty training, done. First grade, done. Graduate from high school, done. So we're going to have these and be done. I think I need to tell Patrick that I need a snack. I didn't even give you a potty break or anything. Here we go. And we're going to now we're going to lay down. I'm going to put 6 more pieces of this mustardy yellow. I'm going to do 6 more of those. In my spray tent, we're going to lay them down and they're going to finish up the upper left-hand corner. Where are they? Here they are. 2, 3, 4, 5. So you should have 4 of those pieces left. Okay, sticky side up. Here we go. I wonder if I can get these 2 up. There we go. Let's make sure. I think we're good. I'm going to stop it because I don't think I was totally accurate with that. There we go. Oop, wasn't done. Didn't do the cut. Oops. There we go. Okay, again, I'm engaging in some risky behavior. I'm just kind of laying it down and it's working out fine. If you're not comfortable with that, lay them down separately. Now it's going to do the outline stitching. So I'm going to fold all of these back. I'm going to have to be moving some of this fabric out of the way. I'm going to save that one. Let's just do one at a time because I can just tell this is going to be in the way. So one at a time. Here we go. And I'm going to stop it. This is going to be your cut line right there. So something that you can do if you want is we can just go ahead and just trim some of this out of the way. I'm not going to cut right to that stitch. But there we go. And now I'm going to fold this all back. Put my foot up, fold this back, fold this back. That looks great. Get this out of the way and let's start. I'm going to hit stop. I'm going to just trim this. I don't have to worry about this getting sewn down. Let's fold this back, this up, and then let's stitch. So, like I said, you're dealing with a little bit of that fabric management, but to me, it's totally worth it to do the color grouping. And once it cuts, I'm going to hit stop. Worst that would happen, this would kind of get stitched underneath like a piece. So it might be a little bit bulkier. Let's fold this back. Have it look gorgeous. Start. And I'm gonna hit stop. Or start, stop. Just make sure everything's folded out of the way. I'm going to stop. Cut this side so it doesn't get stitched down. Foot up, fold this piece back. It's already sprayed, so it should stay nicely. And everything around it was trimmed, so I don't have to worry about it. Just hit start. Okay, so for our next tubing, when we do the next tubing, and I'm not going to keep going with them, I'm going to have enough to do 2 more of these, and then the other blocks you're going to be doing are going to be the ones that have the yellow center, right? Because this is 6 and there's 8 of each. So we'll do 2 more of these. Your next tubing, you'll do 2 of these, 4 of these, and then your next tubing, you can decide what you want to hoop it in. I have a 6x6 I could probably put it in. I'm going to do 4 more of those. And then you'll have all, because it's what, 8 for, you'll have all 16 of them done. And we're just going to leave it at that. So I will see you next week. I'll go ahead and work on this spreadsheet and getting everything sorted. And I will see you next week on Monday for our next sew along. And I'm thinking, what should our homework be? Because I like it when you have a whole section to sew together. But I don't want to overwhelm you. But we should be able to sew section 1 together. And then we'll be almost done with this one. Should this be your homework? We'll have section 1 together, and then we'll sew these. This will be homework. Oh, you can't even see. Section 1 and section 3 will be your homework. Next week, we'll do all of section 2. I think that's good. And the week after, we'll do section 4 and maybe borders. So I'll write you a little note. Section 1 and section 3, that's going to be what we're going to get together or finish. And then 2, that'll be what we'll do next week. Week 2, we'll do section 2. Have a great day. Thanks for joining me. I'll be doing some work tonight and get some stuff to you. This is adorable. If you haven't gotten it yet, you should get it. It's super, super cute. And I will see you tomorrow at the store. Bye.